the introduction.
Happy Sunday, good day, happy Sunday everybody. Here we are.
Hey crew.
Hello my lovelies.
How you doing, Callum?
Hello beautiful souls.
So here we are, back again on a Sunday. We've got 2 lives this weekend, man. Saturday and Sunday. I like that. I know I've got one thing I want to talk about, but before we do, Sarah, how are you doing? How's your day been?
Really good. Started off nice. A little bit time to ease in, considering that we were just jamming in all these lives this week. No, I'm just kidding. It's all good. Yeah, just got some time to get some chores done and get my day set.
3 times this week.
Yeah. It's a lot, especially, but it's good. It's like there's been a lot of really, really good pertinent information, and it's actually really helped me kind of set a new path. So I'm probably going to be like I've talked about, a weekend, either next weekend or the weekend after. I'm going to take it off from the show and start my healing journey as far as figuring out my independent practitioner goals. So I'm going to start taking those steps. And that has a lot to do with Callum, because Callum, you've been a wealth of information. I kind of already expressed that, but Callum is, shared with some of us about his journey and what he's doing as a healer. And so that's been a lot of helping me kind of see the direction I really want to go, which was kind of already what I knew. It was just that sync, right? Love the sync.
Yeah.
Synchronicity.
How have you been, Rox? How's your week been? Pretty crazy.
All good. Despite all of the things that are going on in the background, hands have been full with the children. Obviously, I've got a lot more time on my hands where I'm working from home, taking a little bit of time to readjust. But yeah, I'm just enjoying time with loved ones, really and truthfully. I feel that time's probably the biggest luxury that we have in life. And my goodness, I've missed out on quite a bit of time with my babies. So yeah, I've just been enjoying some quality time with the children, and happy to be here now. So yeah, other than that, all is good on the Western Front.
Cool. You're right. Time is bloody valuable. It's a precious commodity, and I sort of take it for granted because I've got so much of it on my hands. What about yourself, Callum? You've been pretty busy. I know you were doing that lighting rig yesterday, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm still doing some lighting sort of setup at the moment. There's some stuff there.
He does lighting for heavy metal concerts and stuff.
Yeah.
He designs.
So I've been going through lights today and getting the truck ready to load and stuff to head out. Not tomorrow, the next day. So It's coming up soon.
Nice. What's the word?
But it's a bit like busy. Stop now. All good.
Is it cold? Is it particularly cold?
Not so much. Like I've still got my beanie and scarf sort of weather going on, but it's actually every night now it's getting warmer and warmer and warmer. So I don't really need the fire on tonight, but I love it. So I'm getting every last little bit I can before it.
And the thing is, it's not like putting on the central heating. It's not like, well, we don't really need the central heating. This is a waste of money. He's burning wood, man. We've got to do is go chop down another tree.
I'm lucky too. My brother's a landscape gardener and stuff, so he lops trees and stuff as well. So he's always got a bunch of logs drying out in the backyard. It's like, sweet, just grab some of them. Thank you.
Nice.
And pallets. Right.
So shout out to the chat room as well. Thank you very much, everybody that's here. And Shari's been here since, Jesus, 10 to 4. 10 to 4, the comment is, Shari. That was before we actually went live, but thank you for being there, Shari.
She's always got to make sure she stops in and leaves her mark, right? We need Shari around.
Yeah, that's it. Good to see you, babe. What's this? This one right in our faces. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, babe, but I'm sure we'll find out. Em actually sent me some pictures yesterday. We know when Paul came on, and he was going through his books with all the signs and everything in it. And Em was like, "Oh, brilliant!" Because she's got loads of books as well. So she sent me some pictures of the books she's got that are, you know, sort of similar to what Paul's reading, where he's getting his info from for you know, the signs and sigils and symbols and stuff all concerning Janus. Yeah, it's I didn't actually get those messages yesterday until after we'd finished the stream, so I couldn't share them, unfortunately. But FE Nation, what's up? How you doing? I'm Jolly Man. Indigo Day. I'm just going to fly quickly through the chat room. Squirrel Sniper, good to see you. Reverend Hole. Callum, long time no see, man. How you doing? And Lizzo, you're going off, aren't you? At some point, didn't you say you're going on a bit of a trek? Like you're going on a bit of a voyage. Was I right? Am I right? You're going on some sort of voyage. Leafy, all right, boyo. Oi, oi. How's it going? Right.
Hello.
That's everybody that's chatting. Should we get on to our subject? Well, the first thing that I want to talk about, and then we can go from there.
Before you do, can I just? I forgot to. It's mad that I forgot to do this, but massive shout out to everybody that went into London yesterday dressed in white. Really, as a show of respect to everyone who's lost their life to the bits and pieces. I don't want to say the V word. It was really successful. Massive amount of people showed out in London yesterday, and a lot of awareness was done. There was a lot of outreach. A lot of people really did calmly, coolly, and collectively take the time to outreach to people that were on the streets that were wondering why was everyone walking down the road in white. The banners and posters that were used were really, from what I can see, genuinely informative. They weren't just making bold statements. They were tagged up with QR codes and everything, so that once people had read the statements, they could go and inform themselves. So yeah, just massive respect to everyone that showed out yesterday from all corners of the country. There was a massive turnout.
Did you get were there a lot of experience, like people that were suffering from injuries?
Oh yeah, there was people there that had their own case studies. There was really a lot of different things that were done. There was I think I saw at Hyde Park where they laid out little symbols with people's names on that had lost their lives, and really taken time to give a mark of respect to those and acknowledge almost those lives that have been lost to that V. I can't say it, can I? So, and it's a direct result of that is the reason that they're not here anymore. And those people were there to stand up for that. There was people from the medical profession that were there. There were learned individuals there. There were people. It was a really good look. So yeah, massive respect to everyone that showed up.
Cool. What about Dr. Kevin?
Yeah, it's got some really interesting bits and pieces with Dr. Kevin Campbell that are coming up as well. Massive shout out to Joe Langley up there in the north. Spoke up to them a few days ago. There's a lot of very, very exciting things that are going to be happening up in the north over the next few weeks and months. If anything, they're turning the heat up. They're not resting back on their laurels in any way, shape or form. And probably the south of England should probably maybe take note of what's about to ensue. It probably is going to kind of run in the shadow of maybe a Robert de Bruce-esque style of tactics, but I think that will have a genuine effect on the rest of the country when they see how united these people have become. The north and the east of England have united and realised that, you know, obviously a lot more can be done when a lot more people get together. So yeah, lots to bring you up to date with over the next few weeks and months with that.
Yeah, and also
that's excellent. Thank you.
We've got the Boris Johnson, you know, the leadership race for the Tory party as well. That's another thing that got bubbling away in the background. It looks like Rishi Sunak is going to take it, doesn't it?
The next court jesters will sit in the court and entertain the people with their puppetry.
Do you think? Don't you think it's interesting though that when it first happened, Rox? Do you remember we went and looked at that guy that was listed as the favourite? I think his name was William. Can't remember what it was exactly, but he was listed as the favourite, and his dad was one of the King's Guard. His great granddad was one of the King's Guards, the original King's Guards, the King James's second battalion that had been formed in the 1600s to protect James's mistress or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Like that. It's crazy, but they're still going now. It's a really, it's like a secret society in itself. Another secret.
Yeah, another one to add to the list. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm gonna chuck out the subject that I want to talk about, or that's catching my eye today, because I've seen so many YouTube, creators talking about it. Cannibalism and zombies and all of that crap. They've brought it back up again, and the New York Times has released an article. I should have the article up, but I don't.
I got it because I sent it to everyone.
You got it. So Sarah's got it. The article from the New York Times saying about cannibalism, that all the films and everything is all kind of indicating that that's the way it's going. Can you stomach it? I think they say. And then the things that I've been seeing have been about these plant-based human meat and genetically grown human meat. That was a salami that's been genetically grown from celebrity cells, DNA cells or something. So it's like, it's basically cloned celebrity meat turned into
eat your favorite celebrity. Is that?
I personally think it's a big.
Can you stomach it? Yes.
This is all part of the theatre. I think it's quite funny for them, because there are people that are that easy to program that they're probably sat there considering it right now.
Well, that's a question, isn't it? That the question is there. So every time you ask a question, the answer pops up. So you're basically forced to do it. So this is laying it out there, putting it out on the table for people to think about. So floating the idea.
That forcing the answer is how the AI is doing the brain to skull technology with the suggestions of reels on social media. They'll put something in front of you and force you to answer it in your head. Then they read your thoughts and then start suggesting the next post off of that dark thought or light thought, depending on what you had. It's really intrusive. It really is.
It's also in the language patterns that people use. So Obama's a good example of this. I think I was talking about this before, where he'll use like 3 or 4 words and you're then forced to complete that picture in your mind. So you're engaged, and then it's planting in certain things along the way as well. So floating those ideas connected to emotion. So the more emotional it is too, the more it's that we remember those emotional, powerful moments. That's where it's triggered in there. So with this too, it's like getting the pictures, putting the pictures with it. So a pictures and question, because we all use these tactics as well. It's like, you really know that to help wake someone up, it's about asking questions, or you're getting them to ask the questions. So you'll lead in with a simple example of a question like, isn't it funny that this and this and this? Or what do you think of this? To gauge. And then they're forced to, even if you'll notice too, when you ask certain things which are tricky for people, they'll go through the entire thing in their mind and then decide to block you or ignore you or whatever they tend to do after that. But you watch them do that, access all of that, engage the emotion, and then it's, am I scared of this emotion? sort of thing. So then whatever that emotion was turns into fear, like this sort of stuff, as well. It's because it's a question of things that taboo and jolt us in emotional ways. So at that level, this stuff is, and timing. So Richie's saying, it's all happening at once. So for an AI, that's really easy to do, to plant a whole bunch of stories in a time frame. I can do that by myself with one computer, and a little bit of time. I know how easy it is to do that, to flood it. So you remember at the start of the C thing too, it was like when they're showing the numbers where you look, put any number you want and then the C word, and you'll find an article that had it in there. So what's that? That's AI. So it's not only reading, but generating, floating those ideas. So now I want everyone talking about this, and then you gauge the response of that. That's really where the power lies as well, for their information, for the data. And that's the selling point as well. That's what they trade. So this is all profitable as hell. It's like Bill Gates getting up there and saying, why would I want to know why would I want to track people and know where they go? Yes, you do. You want data and you want to sell that data. That's what you do. That's what you are.
Yeah, I mean, why would Bill Gates want to buy up all that farmland and be the largest farmland owner in the United States now, and wherever else he owns farmland as well? Because you can bet your bottom dollar it's not just the United States. I bet he's got land in China. I bet you any money that Bill Gates has got land in China, and India and Africa, and he's invested in this. It's him that's created this fake meat.
Plant-based. Every time I hear plant-based, I think of manufacturing plant-based. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. It's a plant-based. It's not
with natural flavor.
Yeah,
natural food flavoring.
I think really what we're all trying to say here is, unless you are locally sourcing pretty much all the products you are using and you're getting them from source, then you are buying into that Monsanto, whatever you want to. You're buying into that bigger picture that's not going to be helpful to anybody when the infrastructure falls apart, which, as we said last week, it has done with the harvests failing and being purposely destroyed. And people are not really battering much of an eyelid at what's internationally going on, even with the farmers just now on an international scale. They're being dampened down, they're being suppressed, a little bit like conspiracy theorists, where they're going, don't look this way, look that way, never mind about that, look over there, worry more about how much your fuel's costing you. You're going to still pay into it though. Everything that's going on, and everyone's still buying tickets for it and turning up every week and going through the process. It's nuts.
And that's
they're stuck on the ride now. There's no escape ticket for them. That ticket that they thought was their escape, which is the big V, now changed on them, and they're like, oh, so another ticket?
So hang on.
I keep getting I see.
Yeah. And I'm just going to basically, it's not really a special ticket. It doesn't really get me anything extra. And it's
for the special people.
Yeah.
Because it works 40% of the time, 100% of the time, or I don't even.
40% of the time.
I ruined the quote, but it's like it works 100% of the time.
If you're following the mainstream, it's they don't talk about it. But if you're following science, like what others are sort of showing you, it's negative efficacy now. So
actually, if you're following mainstream and you listen to what Fauci said recently, Fauci actually turned around and said it doesn't really protect you from getting infected, but it does lessen the chance of a deadly infection. So let's review the data again. What were the chances of me dying from it? 99.97, I think. 99.97% chance that I'll die. Not that I'll die, that I won't die. And that's without a.
Well, yeah, but that's if you get a little sniffle.
And
you know, and you'll be
also,
fine. So you've got a 0.002% chance.
And he's also confirmed again, because he confirmed this 20 or 30 years ago, but he confirmed it again, that if you catch it and you recover, that your natural immunity is way better, lasts way longer, and is way more effective. So he admitted that again recently as well. I don't understand.
If you're not feeling good, what did we talk about yesterday? And this is, I'm not going to shut up about this now, because it comes down to you're upset. Something's going on with you that you haven't dealt with, and that is why you're not feeling well. Or it is something that your body's saying you need to go through this. We've talked about that. Like, you need to go through this detox, like a flu, to dump whatever that got maybe from the environment. It's look
but
within.
There's something else to see here too. There's a whole nother level of as well, where there's also the people that want to die.
And that's really what I mean. That's really what I mean. Yeah. It's like you're making a choice.
At that point, it's not really about detoxing. So you cease to heal. When you're dying, I'm dying, I just want to get out of this place, without awareness, with, ignoring everything. You stop healing. Your body's like, you're telling your body not to heal. I'm dying. So, okay. So they're not detoxing, basically, and looking for the fastest way to die as well. So that's the subconscious bit at work. So
causing the infection to kind of set in, and the inflammation, and then take over, right?
It can be anything too. Because what they've done too is basically it's a poison that goes into the bloodstream, straight into the stream. Straight into your life bloodstream. So it's straight to the source.
They're actually they're telling people as well. They're admitting that it's actually changing DNA. It's going into the liver, and it's changing the DNA in the liver. There's multiple professionals.
Well, they knew this, like studies that show this, they knew this a long time ago, like right at the start. And it was very quiet, and a few people sort of mentioned it. And then I looked into the law side of this as well. What happens when someone changes your DNA to a patentable thing? You're then owned, right? And you don't really have to know you agreed to it. Yeah.
Theoretically, under the color of contract. Law, under the color of law, under the color of contract law,
if you're in that system, if you abide by that system, then you also abide by these rules.
Yeah, and technically, by accepting the thing, then you have
that's the contract.
That's the agreement. Yeah. So
and you heard basically every single politician say that as well. It's put on the spot sort of thing as well. It's like, it's up to you. It's your responsibility. But take this, or you don't have a job.
Yeah, it's your choice.
So it's a hard thing for a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, the coercion work. I mean, all you need is one leverage point with somebody, and they can be coerced. So with people that are so invested and bought into the system,
it's basically a suggestion, right? For them, this is how they think about it when they're doing this. It's a suggestion. My suggestions just work a whole lot better when you're freaking out about something. So I'll put as many things as possible to freak you out or to weaken you as well, because that's the big one that's always been done. So, when you're already doing it as well, when you add another poison, and then you add another poison, and then you add another poison, it only gets worse and worse and worse and worse, which is what we're seeing.
Yeah.
But there comes a point, because there's also toxicity where you start putting poisons together. It's this a ramping up effect. I think it's the inverse square law or whatever. It's basically up to infinity, where it just gets worse and worse the more poisons you add. And we're at this point now. And when you, like I'm saying, when it goes straight into the bloodstream, that's like an attack on all of your organs, all of your systems. That's why it can be anywhere as well. And of course, they showed that it did go everywhere right at the start as well. But this is still like, we're not going to put the information in front of you. You have to be, it's up to you. You have to be informed. Yeah. But we're not going to put the information in front of you.
We're going to make it as difficult as possible for you to be able to find the information. We're going to flood the system with false misinformation, and we're going to call the true information misinformation. We're going to mislabel everything, confuse everybody.
And how simple is that too? It's just a trick of words, isn't it? It's just a trick of fucking words. You know?
Yeah.
And lack of awareness, but like the attack of our conscious awareness is what this is all about. Like if someone's attacking, that's what they're attacking, and that's what they've been limiting more and more and more. So with each poison too comes, because your body has to go to work to get rid of it, to detox it if you're living. So what happens there? It's just more and more brain fog in all of this as well. So it's less and less capacity to think about any of these things we're thinking about, because as soon as it brings up a little bit of anxiety or what, I've got enough to deal with. I literally can't go there, and the body knows that. It's the body that's going, no more toxic. Like I can't handle, you know, oh, now this is killing me and this is killing me, you know. It really is that confusion, because people are in that confusion state. I'll give you the suggestion.
As far as the rest of us are concerned, right, who are not in this confusion state, we're all very clear on what's going on, and we're all very adamant about our position with it as well. It's not just this thing that we're talking about right now. It's this thing that's on the screen right now, because it's the same players that are orchestrating it all. The WEF is obviously, you know, I don't know how connected or how they're connected to the WHO, but you know they're going to be. The WEF is going to be connected to the WHO. The WHO's going crazy right now. But this thing that's going on in the Netherlands,
and Germany as well, right?
Yeah, and then with what's gone on with the Irish Bank AIB as well, right? This is how we fight against them, is by all the people getting up and voting with their feet, basically, in a peaceful way, but disrupting life for these other people that all seem to want to play the game and, you know, and screw the rest of us over.
Yeah. It's like bring on the trauma though, isn't it? Because now they're short on food. Like it's going to be a difficult journey either way, but to really wake up other people, why not bring on the trauma? Basically, yeah. I mean, because that's what you end up having to do anyway, right? It's like look into the trauma and go, well,
way. Hey, how you doing there? Sorry, mate. One second.
Hello.
Actually, talk again, dude. Just say something again, because your mic sounded a bit funny then.
Me?
Yeah.
Am I good?
Yeah. Can you unplug your microphone and plug it back in again, or check your settings, because there's something really weird going on with your mic there. It's really
I will
crackly.
try to leave and get back again.
Yeah, all right, mate.
Okay.
Rich, on a quick one, I've just sent you another link. I don't know if you can open it, but it's only a 60-second video, but it just gives a quick breakdown for the opposing view from what's going out to the masses on it. I think if you just scroll down, there's a link at the bottom. I don't know how easy it is for you to share the screen and open it. I think it's probably 30 to 60 seconds long. in its total.
One sec.
I love seeing a good comparison with the mainstream there. Like, this is what actually happened, and here's how the mainstream portrayed it. Here's the narrative. Because I've seen so many of them, right, in the last couple of years.
At least this way, there's boots on the ground. We've got an alternative point of view where there's boots on the ground, and there's people there that are counterbalancing the narrative that are going out by the mainstream media. And as we know, that's all the mainstream media know how to do, is just pump out propaganda. They're a propaganda machine. They're there, put in place. They're the fourth branch of any given government that they're in the retrospective country of.
They can't change quickly, by the way. Like, things are set in stone. This is why they do all the bloody run-throughs, the rehearsals, the drills, or whatever they call them, basically. But that's why they do it all. So it's all set in place. There it is. And they can only go by that script. So when it is true men and women out there actually just expressing, and you can tell a huge difference between orchestrated gatherings where we've seen, what have we seen? Just violence and riots and all of this,
very well choreographed chanting, which is something that we noticed with one thing that we noticed with the protests. I was a little bit disappointed because the chants were horrific. They were so bad. They weren't like, they weren't like the sort of chants that you got in the movies, They were really, really kind of struggling with the chants. But it was natural. That was the thing about it. And then all that lot came out, and you've got one bird stood up there shouting something, and then the whole crowd parroting it back perfectly in unison. It's like, whoa, hang on a second. You choreographed this. You've all been down in the school hall practicing this, haven't you, before you came out here? Like, you got your nice little uniforms on, and it's drives me insane. But there we go.
And the signs, like what Roxanne was saying too, like when you actually get signs, the real ones. Like, there's a massive difference where you see like real messages and stuff, and then sayings and different like Twitter hashtag sort of stuff going on there, where it's in a format. It's in a format that works for the digital.
That's right. That's right. I feel like if you can't tell people, all you can do is show them. And I think the best thing that people can do with usable bits of information is show how the mainstream lies. And they do it perpetually. They do it on an everyday basis, by an hour by hour, by minute by minute. And
that's how they get away with it too, by doing it over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
Well, was it Goebbels or Hitler that said, just basically repeat the lie. The bigger the lie, the more you repeat it.
Yeah. Exactly. So this is Lewis Brackpool. He's with the Rebel News. He's gone out over there in person, a bit like we've done in the past. We've gone in boots on the ground, gone in person. It's the only way you're really going to find out what's going on.
Rebel News, and as you know,
can you hear that?
In the Netherlands, covering the farmer protests for well over 10 days now. So this video is going to be a little bit of a different one, where we're actually going to be addressing why the mainstream media in the Netherlands are so fixated on international reporters coming over here to report on the farmer rebellion.
Die eigenlijk de grote oorzaak van de mogelijke onteigening van boeren zijn.
Ja, laten we even kijken naar een korte compilatie van deze mensen.
I just landed in the Netherlands. I'm from Seattle, Washington, and I'm excited to cover the farmer uprising this week with the Rebel News team.
Protest against the globalist left-wing government run by Mark Rutte. Now, this left-wing government, has passed a policy that has been suggested and pushed by Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum.
This is Lewis Brackpool for Rebel News, and as you know, myself and Lincoln J have been in the Netherlands covering the farmer protests for well over 10 days now. So this video is going to be a little bit of a different one, where we're actually going to be addressing why the mainstream media
It's just repeating again, isn't it? It's just repeating it again, isn't it? Should I play it again?
In the Netherlands are so fixated on international reporters coming over here to report on the farmer rebellion.
Die eigenlijk de grote oorzaak van de mogelijke onteigening
Don't
van
need to play it
boeren.
again.
Ja, laten we even kijken naar een korte compilatie van deze mensen.
I just landed in the Netherlands. I'm from Seattle, Washington, and I'm excited to cover the farmer uprising this week with the
So, Rich, as he said, he's been out there for 10 days. And if you go to Lewis Brackpool on Instagram or his YouTube, you'll see him over there. He's been reporting, he's been talking to the farmers, he's been talking to the guys that are in the trucks. And already what he can see, a bit like if you cast your mind back, Rich, when you were out on the roads at the beginning of the lockdown, and you saw how keen Tenerife was to invite the international media to go and cover the Hotel H or whatever that hotel was.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
you saw it was like the red carpet got rolled out for all of the international media and all of the little Uber content makers that were going to jump over there and do their little take on the kind of branch of media talk. So after 10 days, he's realised that he's in amongst a sea of controlled opposition that are trying to get the stories out there that are going to be controlled to the mainstream media narrative.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all over the place.
Who's she? Not seen her before. She report.
Another content maker.
Excuse me. Right. So yeah, it's stop sharing that. Or are we good? Hang on.
Hey, Rich, am I okay now?
Say again.
Am I okay now?
Yes, mate.
The
That's
sound?
much better
Yes,
now, dude.
okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Happy
there
to
you
be
go.
here.
Actually,
Hi, Rox.
it's a
Hi,
good
Callum.
time to
Hey,
say
Sarah.
Hi, man.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, buddy?
Great
you look
to
like
be
you caught
here.
the sun. You look
What?
like you caught the
I'm
sun.
right here. I just got to deal with the dog. Just bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, I sent you. I was in a massive party yesterday, and like on the beach
Down on the
in
beach,
Israel. Yeah, psytrance music, and I know good people, and yeah, it was good. I catch some tan, and I don't know. Stop being so Ashkenazi. You know what's the Ashkenazi thing with the skin tone, like the Ashkenazi are always like the white, and I used to be the white.
The Clintons claim to be Ashkenazi, don't they?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah.
Anyway, we have like the Ashkenazi, and we have like the Eastern, okay, the Mizrahi, and the Mizrahi are always like darker, from like countries like
Middle Eastern looking.
Morocco, Iraq, Yemen, all that, and
like me when I've been out in the sun.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so I've been in the sun, and it was for 8 hours or so. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Anyway, great to join here, and let's go.
So,
what are we talking about?
Well, have you seen in Israel any plant-based meat being advertised?
Oh, plant-based. I heard about it, but not it's like it's become like a thing in Israel. We have like the vegetarians and stuff, and they are always like with their harsh propaganda, but it's not like this thing hasn't been advertised yet, like massively over here.
Right. So you haven't seen any of the adverts for, like, I think it's an American advert that I've seen actually, but just even on YouTube, like in perusing through YouTube, have you seen any stories about this plant-based fake meat? And they're doing a human flavor, basically. They're calling it human meat, plant-based human meat. And I think that there's two ways that could be working, because it could be just a trick. It could be just a trick of words. Like, what they mean by human meat is the meat that humans eat.
Yeah,
that's what they could mean by that. But I think actually watching the advertisement for Halloween, they're basically saying it's going to taste like human meat, or what they what.
Well, if that's the case, what meat is it then? Can they tell you?
No, because it's not meat, is it? It's plant-based fake meat. So it's not any meat.
Cells.
It's but the thing
muscle
is,
cells. Where did they get the muscle cells from? What did they copy them from?
Yeah. Where did they get the flavor from? Who decided what the flavor was? Who decided, like, and what does it taste like? Pork? Does it taste like chicken? Does it? I don't think it tastes like beef. I think everybody's agreed that human meat would be more like a white meat than a red meat. It would be more like a chicken or pork than it would, or than it would a beef. But
I don't think it's relevant, Richie. I think that it's the actual thing is the mocking. Okay, it's the mocking itself that kind of like they wanted to keep you in this stage of like in between, like you are right now. Is it like human meat or like thing that
questioning?
They just want to keep you in that question. In that question to advertise this thing, and the mocking is being made that you are actually being involved in that question in your mind.
Yeah,
okay?
by just putting it out there, sitting there and going and asking the question. But the thing is, Mike, is it wrong to wonder, like, how, or is it just natural? Is it just a natural thing? I wonder if it would be a natural thing for a man to, if in a really desperate situation where there was no meat, or there was no other food at all, and that stuck on a desert island. Now, say that there was never ever any programming at all about eating other humans, and the idea had never popped into the person's brain before. Would it be possible that person might consider it if they were desperate enough? Because they'd look at another person and say, "Oh, actually, you're made of meat, and that looks like muscle, and I could butcher you up and get a couple of, I need some meat." Is that a natural thing for a man to consider in a moment of desperation?
Not if that person was natural, like a natural life. I don't think those thoughts would occur. It's only in that fight and flight that you're dealing with that. Our views on eating are very much warped to what nature is, what the nature is. We like, for one, we don't like, we're trained to eat a lot. And
we're trained to eat too much.
Really does. Yeah.
Keep us fat.
And the reason why, one of the reasons why, is because, like, of all of this, like, there was a study that came out too about one of these plant-based bloody meat alternative things, in the nutrition uptake in what, and it was something like,
there's none.
Yeah, like 40% lower. So it's 40% less uptake of. So now, do I have to eat more of that shit? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why people eat so much too, because the body's going, hey, I need this and I need this, and you're throwing in shit. And it's like, yeah, no, I still need. Where's the stuff in it?
If you're taking synthetic, synthetic vitamins, you absorb 25%, or it's either 15 or 25% of it, of that vitamin every hour. So you end up pissing out more, like more than 75% of what you've taken. You end up urinating.
And there's reasons
why they'll tell you a lot of times to take it at night so that you go to bed and your body absorbs most of it.
Yeah,
it's
but,
like,
this is interesting, Callum.
Right?
Yeah, and what was the percentage you said? Didn't you come up? You kind of explained like the difference between eating something raw. Maybe that was more of the digestive property. You were talking about eggs.
There's
like
the difference between organ meat and meat and leafy veg, like salad veg and stuff as well, because plant matter is actually very hard for the body to digest, or it takes a long time for it to digest. And when you just keep adding more and more on, you haven't digested the last bit. There's also, we were talking about the information that you get from food as well. So the entire digestion, to track the entire digesting of that piece of food is a full journey, right? Yeah. So the comparison I say is like you take an egg, a raw egg, and you ingest that. In 15 minutes, your body has completely and utterly absorbed all of that, nearly all of that, and there's like waste, like hardly anything to actually remove from the body. So that's highly efficient, right, as well. And you're absorbing 99% of that, right, of all the nutrients. So long as it's raw, it's in the right organic state as well. Because when we start taking these synthetic vitamins and stuff as well, a lot of this stuff is not in, your body can use it, but it would prefer, like if it got from an organic fruit or something, the better versions of these minerals and metals and all of these things, it would replace. So that's a natural way of chelating like bad mercury, or, you know, why is it bad? Why is aluminium bad when we need aluminium for our bodies as well? But not, not metal in it.
Is aluminium, is it natural or is it man-made?
There is there is aluminium. Like you'll find aluminium in the river. Actually, quite a high percentage as well. It's actually what binds stuff together as well. When we talk about bricks and stuff from the old world, there's a lot more aluminium content in it. But this is the natural state, whereas a lot of the aluminium they talk about now is an alloy. It's a mixture of a whole bunch of stuff. You know, it's just a good mix that contains.
Right. I just want to say, because your answer to me about the thought process was no, that wouldn't be a natural thought to have. And I actually, I'd say actually no, it is, because not all thoughts are our own. Right. And we get thoughts. We get thoughts, whether it comes from the ego or wherever it comes from. This is one of the things.
But not all of us. I wouldn't say all of us, because I myself have a lot less of what you're talking about, and I used to have a lot more of what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
More natural I become.
Okay. But so let's talk about your average man out there. Your average man out there who's got no idea about what we're talking about, and you try and talk to them about entities and things and voices and, you know, thoughts not coming from yourself, and they'll think you're nuts. So we're talking about those men who will have those voices, who will have those thoughts. And
what I'm sort of suggesting is the quality of life. So what is that person's quality of life? Because if it is like a beautiful, happy little community, when's it ever going to turn into cannibalism?
So let's look at people's quality
it's like
now, Callum. Let's look at people's quality of life right now. It's getting more and more desperate. It's getting shitter and shitter. I mean, I'm watching them. They're going on. They're getting all excited. Oh, Netflix has lost 1.27 million subscribers, and they're finding that people aren't spending so much money on their phones and stuff. And it's like, it's a fucking recession. Nobody's got any fucking money, and they're spending $7 a gallon on fuel. So
it becomes food.
Like spending money on this stupid, frivolous shit. They're reining they're reining it in. They're tightening the purse strings. But people are.
You lose all those wants, but also because of the nature of what we're in, where it's fight and flight, it's also about escapes. So people find those escapes. Alcohol, you know, all these main things keep repeating. You know, suicide rates.
Yeah.
Richie, can I give my outtake on this whole cannibalism thing? Just brief.
On what?
About the cannibalism thing. About like the meat thing. I think that this whole thing that you mentioned about the advertising the human flavored meat, human meat, whatever. I think it's like for normalizing cannibalism. Okay.
Yeah.
Meaning that usually, like when you want something to be normalized within the society, that it will be like a common thing, like they did with the masks or whatever. So they just spread it around in the media and slowly like puts you that it's okay. Now, what's their agenda to push this cannibalism thing? I think it's plain and simple. It's a satanic ritual, okay, which is like in early days. I don't know if you heard, but there were like ancient cultures that used to sacrifice, children and all kinds of
Well, yeah, to Moloch
people.
and to Baal and
Yeah.
to yeah.
Yeah. They used to sacrifice them because they usually used to do that in the winter solstice. Okay. And,
Can I just hang on? Can I just remind everybody of something?
Yeah.
That's what they're telling us. We've got no first-hand experience to be able to say that's what happened 2,000 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or even 500 years ago, or even for any of us last fucking week. None of us have got any experience to actually confirm that any of this has happened. And it's while you're saying it's like all I keep thinking is, this is real good fear programming. This real fucking good fear programming, and the religions were the first ones to do it. They were the first ones to do it. So what's the best way to demonize your enemy is to make them into demons and say that they sacrificed babies and did all this shit.
Well,
right? So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying it happened or it didn't happen. I'm just saying, just remember that. Just remember that. They love to sensationalize their stories to make them as horrific as they possibly can. But not one of us has got any first-hand experience of anything that would suggest that actually ever happened. Only what we've been told. Only what we've been told.
I'm agreeing with you, and let's.
Sorry,
let's
I just wanted to get that off my chest.
Yeah, I know that you have this history issue in your soul. So I'm totally agreeing with you, but I'm saying suggesting that history is correct, okay? And suggesting that what I'm about to say about the history is like reflecting in our days. So this is how it's like connected. So I would say that in those early days or whatever, according to Mel Gibson's movies, okay, whatever. Did you see this apocalyptic movie? Did anyone saw that?
Apocalypto, yeah.
Apocalypto,
I actually didn't want to watch it at first because I'd heard how kind of brutal it was, and I was like,
it was
I
brutal.
really need to see that. But then I did watch it, and it is brutal, but there is actually a really good story behind it. It's got a very good storyline to it. Mel Gibson, you've got to take your hat off to him.
Now they have this scene over there that they're doing the sacrificing, and over there it's they kind of like planned it not by this winter solstice, but by the eclipse. Okay, they had this scene that they put the main star over there on the altar, and with this knife, and then the sun suddenly eclipsed, and then like the priest of the priest is coming over and says okay, now the god is being pleased, we can stop sacrificing. Now so what I'm saying is that this was the ritual back then. Now with time, okay, and with media and whatever being involved, so I think it became more hard, okay, more like unpolitically correct to make this sacrifice of a human. So what they do, they turn into other ways, okay, of making this, commandment from their, I guess, God or whoever commands them to do this thing. So I think that this kind of thing, it's kind of like an evolution of this sacrifice. So it's they're now advertising human meat and make everybody wonder if it's normalized. If it's normal to think that it's okay, like you asked previously in your show, okay?
I feel really strongly that actually, in a lot of ways, because for one thing, we're carrying the same souls that were walking the earth back then at that time. The same souls are walking the earth now. So I feel really strongly that because they've been in control of the media, they've been in control of what's been projected to us and to guide our perception of what's happening. and they've been trying to do that. They've definitely been trying to do that since the birth of the printing press. You know, before then, just that they've always been trying to do that, trying to steer our perceptions so that we perceive things the way they want us to perceive them. And I don't think there's any difference between then and now. I think it's the same story replaying itself. It's just the difference is this time we're a little bit more evolved consciously. Our consciousness has evolved. Our connection to each other, even though we've been disconnected. You look, well, that's what we're led
I
to
think
believe.
the large many, I think it's the opposite, where they've de-evolved. If you know, in that sense of the word, evolve.
I mean, that's how it seems. But the thing is,
that's what I witness. That's not what it seems. That's what I see around me.
No,
I
I
would
know
agree.
that's how it seems. But the thing is, we're told that there's nearly 8 billion people on this earth.
Oh, I don't think that at all.
But yeah, I think that there's
nowhere
way
near
fewer.
Yeah,
So the
I agree.
percentage
There's
of
nowhere
us that is
near
awake-
8 billion.
No,
Even in their own numbers.
Wait, is that the
Even in their
population
own
of the
numbers, there's not
real?
that many.
but that
Go
means the
through every
percentage
city
of us-
and add it all up, and it doesn't even come close to 8 billion. Nowhere
Right.
near it.
And the percentage of us that are awake, that means it's a greater percentage of us that are awake.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
But I think that they
Greater
I don't
number. It's
think
the same percentage, but it's a greater number of people than you think.
Yeah, I don't think anything has ever been as bad as they've tried to portray it. I don't think anything has ever been as bad as they've tried to portray it. Like
I would say at all moments, there's nothing to fear.
No,
and they try, and you know, they get biters. They get people that bite it. Unfortunately,
plenty. Yeah, but that's
but
because
it's also like you're saying that
ignorant.
control over that media has been forever. So media, Medea, and it's a mafia control over that as well. So it's that's where they're in fear of losing that control as well. So that's where you see their fear, because it's always about, like, if you're controlling someone now, it's about keeping control, and that's what takes energy. Because if you just let things run its course, then this stuff runs out of energy and can't go anymore. You have to actually give it energy for it to you know.
But that's why it's been so important for them to maintain control of perception of people who are generators. They are creators, and they are therefore themselves. They're the ones really,
and suppress the powerful
YouTube creators. You know,
it's not all equal.
YouTube creators that are out there, and they've been pushed right up. You know, they've got 500,000 million subscribers and whatever, and what they're talking about is just in line with the fear programming, because it keeps the mind open to these possibilities that are actually they're not possibilities. They're not realistic. They're not possibilities, because they're based on a reality that doesn't exist. It's a false reality that they're trying to give everybody.
What do they call them? Influencers.
Oh yeah.
In all the literature, that's what they call them, is influencers, right? And it's a matter of
it's in our
that.
face. It's in our bloody face, because they say that they, in the past, they're called influencers, and now they're blatantly calling them influencers, but nobody is nobody.
Same as what a politician is, influencer. Yeah.
Well, an actor. I mean, they're just
all of
actors.
them. All of these positions you said
to,
are all actors.
They're referred
and the better
to
you
actors,
are at public speaking, the better you are at hypnosis, conversational hypnosis, the better you'll
But
be
they're
at
actually referred to as actors in the theatre of war. When they're talking about the theatre of war,
on the world stage.
Yeah, on the world stage. It's like
Yep. They use that language on purpose as well, because that's exactly what they're talking about, and that's exactly how they think about it. So when they're having parties without masks and stuff like this, and where it's rubbing it in your face, there's rubbing. Don't you know it's an act?
Yeah.
Don't you know? For them, it's crazy to think that the people don't understand what's going on to a certain degree.
And this is
However,
where
you go along with it.
This is where I think people
Eat
should,
my ego.
if people can fully appreciate that, it should be easier to disconnect from the fear, because guys, we're not joking. This is all a fucking act. It's theater designed to make you react. That's all it is. It's theater designed to provoke a reaction, to provoke your energy being pumped back into it. And if you don't do it, like, really, I think really, even the bad actors are all there really secretly wishing, willing people to wake up. They want people to wake up. They don't want.
Think about
we
those
think
doctors
they want.
sitting there that are seeing stuff and don't say anything, don't step up. They're really wanting everyone else to do it. They're the ones that, you're in that position where you're allowing it to happen. I'm afraid that's a very bad position to be in terms of your own soul and stuff.
And the thing is, all you need to do is just, like, all we've done is say, no more, no more, and going to speak out against it, like going to actively, openly speak out against it to everybody, not just talking to people on YouTube, talking to people in the kitchen, talking to people down the shop, in the bar, on the street. Any opportunity that I get to basically,
I'm sort of going, are you aware? Do you know what's happening? Are you aware? Oh, good, you are. Excellent.
With, hey, what do you think? What do you think about what's going on, man? Like, find out where they are. Find out what it is that they're thinking about. What's forefront on their mind.
Yeah, I'm the same. I can't go anywhere without if I have an opportunity to interact with someone, it's just like it's like on the tip of my tongue to do so.
Look, I said to the organizer of this festival that's happening, I said, have you got your ambulance and your first aid tents and everything organized? Because you might have a bit more than usual. Yeah. When it's blood pumping and stuff like that, because it's a reality as well. And he's like, oh.
Because a lot of people there are going to have had certain things, procedures. They will have accepted the procedures. I don't know if the event is a procedure.
I'm so sorry, Rich. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm going to have to go. There's people that just come through the front door. I'll try and get back on the show before the end of the show. Callum, Nair, Sarah, I know she just popped off for a minute. Everyone in the chat room. Big love to you all. Hopefully I'll get back on. But
no worries, babe. I'll speak to you soon.
Great to see you.
All right, my lovelies. Take care.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a bloody act, man. It's theatre. Don't try not to get.
I think
your mic's gone all weird again, Nia. Your mic's gone really funny again.
Good.
Go to the options and change the mic and then change it back, or unplug it and plug it back in.
Reset. Do a reset.
I think
it's like, what did you do before? You went out and you came back in,
Yeah.
and it was good for a little while. So that reset something, I guess.
maybe now it's good.
Yeah, that's better.
Now it's good.
That's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Anyway, I think that about this whole thing, it's part of the agenda of transhumanism. They have this thing of like, bringing this whole issue of humans, okay, of humans and their definitions, what they are. And we saw that in the COVID time, okay, with all this,
should we talk about that? Let's talk about the definition of a human. What's the definition of a human? Because we're talking about two different definitions. We're talking about our perception of what a human is and the legal definition of a human being.
Exactly.
We're dealing with them. We to an extent, we have to play their game because we're trapped in their game. So we've got to think about what their game is, and their game is legal definitions. Doesn't matter what we perceive the word human to be.
Yeah,
Living
because
man or woman. Like,
as they want to present us as you know, as legal figures, they also want to make us physically, okay, and us make us think that we need to be, you know, digitalized, okay,
yeah,
that we need to be turning into some kind
we
of
won't
like
have a
a
carbon footprint then, will we? If we
yeah.
exist digitally on a network that's on a server that's fed by solar power, we won't have any we won't have any carbon footprint then.
Yeah. Anyway, it's about that, and it's about turning us into computers, and you know, turning us to robots or whatever you want to think of. And we saw that in the COVID times with this mRNA vaccinations, and you know, they're telling you in your face. They're telling you in your face, oh, it's vaccination that alters your DNA, but you should take it. It's what is it? It's safe and
Well, they said, but only for a little while.
yeah, for a little while.
Studies
Just
came
take
out.
one,
It's like,
just take two, and no, it doesn't work, so take more. Yeah.
The
Anyway,
thing, what's confusing me is this is supposed to be a study on these specific things, right? That they're doing, these specific concoctions that they're putting together.
yeah,
But there is no study being done because they are mixing and matching. People are getting a pick and mix of the boosters and the jabadoos. It's like they'll get Moderna, they'll get Pfizer, they'll get AstraZeneca, they'll get Johnson & Johnson, they'll have all of them in their bodies by the end of it.
yeah.
Where's the clinical study on each one to say which one is most effective? Which one is the actually this one is the one that's really there's no this is what I don't get. I don't understand. It's blatant what they're doing, man.
Yeah.
It's blatant.
It's
So blatant.
beyond a joke as well, because it has to be laughable at a point where it's that crazy as well, you know, because that's part of it. Because the more crazy you can get someone to be or something as well, the more they'll go further and further and further and further as well. It's like, what are you giving into? You're now wearing a mask in a bloody car on your own. Like, how did that happen? You know,
They're
what was
talking
the
about
thought?
bringing mandates back, aren't they, in LA?
Oh, and here too, they're talking about it. They've been floating that for a little while again. So again, you know, like before everything happened, everyone was warned of it. This is, you know, no, there's not going to be any mandates at all. And then, oh, we're thinking about mandates. So these people think it's good to do mandates, and then we're doing mandates. Like, that was the process of what happened during it. It's ridiculous when you look back at it.
The thing that was going on with the WHO, right? They were trying to get control of pandemic situations where they set the rules, they set the you know, the conditions in each country.
Well, they're still doing that.
But they're going to vote for it again in September. The vote that they did was chucked out by South America, Africa, and somewhere else. They said no, piss off, we're not doing it, didn't they? But they're going to try it again. They're going to try it again.
Well, they just had another meeting just a few days ago about that, setting in a whole bunch of stuff that no one gets to, you know, have any input in or anything like that. It's like this and this is happening. But remember, like in these times where it's all confusion and stuff, there's all these bills getting passed and all of this sort of stuff, and if we look at all the bills and stuff that were passed just years before all of this too, you see this coming. You're going, oh, that's written in, so now they can do what they're doing now. And people think, oh, that's against the law, or that's against this. And it's like, no, a lot of what they're doing is actually being, because it's not stupid as well. They know exactly what they're doing to a degree. But it's about acceptance. You don't accept it. I mean, like you're saying before, it's your choice to say no. And that may be a really hard choice to keep your freedom. Right.
And it's also, you've got to keep saying no.
Because it's the opposite. Yes.
You never give in, never back down, never.
It's a constant barragement by everyone around you. That's why you say, like, because when that topic comes up with someone else, and if they're suggesting something that you don't agree with there, you have to voice your opinion. So you can't sit there with your what you know. You have to actually say your experience and stuff as well. And that's us having to share it and stuff as well. Like you are blind in a trance here, and you're trying to wake someone literally up from a trance. It's crazy.
This is why I sort of think we've reached a stage. I don't want to be the one. I'm not the one to call it. But for me, I've reached a stage where it is like, look, the basically the chips have fallen. The chips have fallen. The ball is rolling. Right, there's no stopping it. The ball's flying around that roulette wheel now, and those that have, you are where you are. It's really, really, really important for us to do something different, because we're still doing the same things. We're just repeating. It's fucking Groundhog Day every day. Like, not for
we are, but
well, no, but me, for me, man, it's
exactly.
Groundhog Day for me, man. I'm not achieving anything. I don't feel like I'm achieving anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm not getting any closer to my my dream of building something and creating something and creating a community and creating a
I don't see that.
I think, Richie,
I see the opposite.
Oh, I think that the mind control, like in our society, is being done like from really early age. I think that if you are like, I always picture that as you're like coming to a clear desert, and there's like lots of pyramids all around. Those pyramids kind of like represent all those sections of life that we have. And from those pyramids, there are like people coming to you, towards you, and they all are like representing those sections of life. Now, I think that and those people are like coming to you and starting to advertise their pyramids, okay? And they're saying, "Oh, I got this cool elevator in my pyramid. I have this cool pool in my pyramid, and whatever." And then afterwards, you kind of like thinking to yourself, "Hey, where should I go with this one, this one, this one?" And then someone coming over to you and says to you, "Oh, you can go to the other pyramids if you want, but you should know that if you're like going to the other pyramids, you're also stupid." Okay. Now you should go to my pyramid. Mine, you'll be smart over there. Now, when someone is doing that to you, okay, is doing to, and if you went down with him, okay, and you went along with that man, you got been mind controlled in two aspects. With the teacher aspect, with the teacher and the preacher aspect. Okay. Now the teacher, he will come to give you the information about whatever he wants to sell you, and the preacher, he will come to say to sit on your moral aspect. And if he got control on those two aspects, then you are being mind controlled by him. Now, and
we talked about this, didn't we? We talked about this as far as the like the
yeah. Now, I think that if you got mind control, okay, they can honestly, make you think eventually that eating human meat is a good thing, So this is where all the lies of this world are coming from. I think, the actual need for the person that he will go along with one of those marketing people, and not just pass away those pyramids and go to the truth by his own.
Right. Hey, 33 people in the 33 people watching. Love it. Love it, man.
Illuminati confirmed.
Let's just give a quick shout out to the chat room, man. We've been chatting away for an hour and 15 minutes nearly. So just to shout out to the chat room quickly. I'll see if I can find where I left off on the it was when Leafy came in. There we are. Oh, my beauties. Look at that. I can see where I left off on the comments. So Satanya what? Oh, Satanya Shambulance. I love that. Shambulance. 20 minutes. Well,
reach.
mate, you'll have to let us if you're out. Let us know if you're finished. Yeah, go on.
Oh no, I want to switch on to a different subject if possible.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're good. Yeah, good.
I'm just gonna.
I just want to.
Let me just shout out these new
Okay,
people in the chat room, mate,
sure.
because I've not seen them before. A dog named Boo.
My cat over here is meowing.
Not seen you before. Is that? Oh, there's a cat. And Mies,
Yes.
Gleason.
Hey, kitty.
Welcome. And Kevin Harkins, welcome. And that's it, I think, for the new people chatting. NASA lies. Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Through their bloody teeth. Bareface, bunch of wankers. good.
Welcome.
Channel. Nice one.
Right. Bunch of wankers.
Perfect.
Welcome.
Yeah. Welcome, man. Go on then, Nia. What's the different subjects you want to talk about?
Yeah, just want to give my report about a week without Facebook.
Yes.
Week without
You're still
Facebook.
How
alive.
refreshing.
For one thing, you're still breathing.
Yeah.
You're still breathing.
Yeah,
You look
I'm
actually.
alive.
You look very happy.
Yeah.
You do look very
yeah.
happy as well.
Yeah, I am.
But I know why that is, eh? Don't I, Nia?
I am. It's
No,
like,
you do.
oh yeah. We should talk about that. Anyway, so
It's very beautiful, by the way.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, well, I want to talk about the week without Facebook, and yeah, it's been great. It's been absolutely amazing. Like I feel like a load off my shoulders, and all the I feel loosen up, without me needing to be involved with that, and especially
Is there
the
less
time,
anxiety?
the
Is
amount
there
of
less
time.
anxiety?
Less anxiety, yeah, less anxiety, and the amount of time that got cleared out for me. Whoa,
Yeah.
this was astonishing. Like this.
Hey, I've got 6 hours.
Yeah, I can do stuff,
But it's
Meet
a
people,
constant thing for
meet
most
actual
people, right?
people.
It's
What?
like throughout the day, right? A
Oh,
constant
it's
back
like
to it.
every 15 minutes.
Ding, 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 ding.
Now it's been nice and sweet. We got like our support group. There were like 7 of us that got kicked out, so we got like a support group for the rehab. And anyway, it's we sent like kind of like a letter to Facebook to clear out what happened, because we still don't know if it's like been done by Facebook itself or by a hacker. Okay, and we don't.
Wouldn't be surprised either way. Yep.
Yeah. And the thing is
Wouldn't be
that
surprised.
along the week, as we were like writing the letter and sending it and all of that, we were like thinking to ourselves, I don't know why should we like bother doing that? It's like we're feeling great without Facebook. We should like keep this situation as it is. We shouldn't put efforts to to get going back there. So yeah, but anyway, but this question kind of like came into discussion, and what I got out of it, maybe Richie will share it now. It's like a 2-minute video that I produced. You have it, Rich?
Is
It's
it
also
on your page?
yeah, it's on my channel also. We did like a second episode of like a series called Straße. Okay, it's like the German version of Sesame Street, and it's kind of like Sesame Street. It's in Israel. We have like our own version with like different characters and all of that. And just wait a second to play it on. And the thing is that the first episode was when in Austria they had like a lockdown for the one who are like unvaccinated and things like that. So we kind of like for to identify with them. So we made this episode which is based on like the Sesame Street of Israel. and we just put in like different voices for the characters over there. So on this one, we called it. This episode was called Facebook Shipul, and this is was kind of like our. Because we don't have Facebook, so we just wanted to clear out the situation that we are here there right now, and present the conflict in our head, whatever.
There are subtitles at the bottom,
Yeah.
so you can understand what's being said.
Yeah, so the woman is being played by me, and the Moshe Ufnik is like Moshe is like the creature over there, like in the car, and he's like the Oscar, I think, in the Sesame Street of the United States. So he's the Israeli version.
Alles strahlt ins Universum. Der Blick, ein Krieg.
יא סאחית, פייסבוק, בואי הנה.
מה קרה, משה?
היי, אני צריך שתצלמי אותי. פייסבוק שוב פעם חסם אותי ולקח לי את הטלפון, ואני רוצה לעלות סטורי.
אוי, משה, זה היה כל כך צפוי עם כל הקונספירציות שלך. מה קרה הפעם?
מה את חושבת? משטר ציונצי פשיסטי בשילוב אג'נדת 21. שנייה, אני מביא את המצלמה.
באמת הורידו אותך לקרשים פה עם הטכנולוגיה.
זה למה בורחים למדבר, כשצורר המשיח יגיע. נו?
משה, אולי תעשה את פרצוף נחמד הפעם, ולא את הזווית פוטו רצח שבגללה העיפו אותך פעם שעברה?
נראה לך? פעם הבאה שאני עולה לפייס, צריך להראות להם את הפרצוף הכי בן זונה שלי, שידעו אם יש להם עסק. 7 אדמינים הורידו בלילה אחד, בלי התראה, בלי השעיה, פשוט מחקו הכל. יאללה, צלבי, צריך לעלות הסטורי מהר.
אבל משה, לא אמרת שכל הפייסבוק הזה זה מאורה ממסדית שלא שווה להוציא עליה את הניצוץ האלוהי שלך?
תאמיני לי צודקת שילכו להזדיין כל הציונה צוקרברג. במילא אני לא חוזר לשם.
אמא שלך, משה, אני כבר רואה את הקריזים שלך, שאתה יומיים בלי פייסבוק.
קריזים, אני?
מכור.
מכור?
מה זה? האצבע שלך רועדת, מחפשת את האפליקציה בטלפון.
מה פתאום? אין לך מושג, יא סאחית. מי צריך את החרא הזה עם כל השתולים שם? אחרית הימים זה כבר פה אם לא ידעת. וכל יום שאנחנו מבזבזים ברשתות החברתיות של השטן, מרחיק אותנו ממלכות אלוהים. למה את חושבת הם נטפלו לקבוצת שטוחיסטים של ישוע, אה?
זהו, משה, עכשיו אתה מוכן להילחם בממסד בכלים שהוא המציא לעצמו. שיהיה לך בהצלחה.
תחפרי על חטאייך, סאחי.
כבר נסלח לכפרת המשיח.
מה שנכון, נכון.
בשביל מה יש חברים?
Love it, dude. I love it. It's hard to like the language.
Yeah, no.
The English-speaking people, the language is really difficult.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, when you read what's being said, you couldn't hear me, but I was laughing. I was chuckling, man.
All the way through.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wanna do because I like doing voices, don't I? So I want to get some. You know what Martin's got. I'm a little bit jealous, man. Martin's got that. He calls him Boris Zelenska or something, or it's like Boris Johnson. Yeah, no, it's like a Boris Johnson. It's like a puppet Boris Johnson, but he links it to Zelensky, obviously. Yeah,
I used to do the puppets of vaccines series. I don't know if you guys saw that. It's like kind of like a series of 3 episodes that we did with like this conspiracy dad and his daughter, and they're having all that kind of like things. It's all like related to the vaccines that we had, and I wrote down the 4th episode, but haven't produced it yet. It's like the final story, the final episode where people are dying everywhere from the vaccines and everything. And this is supposed to be like a sad ending
Because,
for them.
but not to suggest for 1 second, obviously that anybody would come to any sort of serious. Nothing. We're not suggesting anything at all there. YouTube.
No connection
No
whatsoever. No,
This is
no,
actually
no.
it's a fictional.
Don't
It's a
say it.
fictional story concerning. It's about Muppets, man. It's like it's about Muppets.
It's completely
it's a
fictional,
story. It doesn't.
not
There's no
related to
connection.
reality.
That it's as connected to that as
for entrainment purposes only.
Yeah.
I mean, entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So anyway, so this is about Facebook, whatever. Feeling
That's
great,
good,
and I'm open up this Telegram group that I'm like continue on publishing over there with like a small group, and yeah, it's nice and funny, and
you can talk to the real people, and then you don't have to keep talking to bots all the time, you know. Twitter is the same. Twitter, Facebook, they're all bots. Most of them are all bots. Like people are communicating with bots.
No, it's actually been like very on our minds lately, because we told ourselves, like, you know, people now in Facebook, whenever they like, let's say Israelis that they heard about this case, they will tell themselves, just a second, this Facebook thing that was established first as being like each person will be a journalist or whatever, this whole concept is just changed, okay? There isn't lots of truth in there, and if you manage to kick 7 people who are like truthers, so I guess that Facebook now is less a truthful place, and it's like for a second, for example, I used to have like a basketball game on my an app on my cell phone, and it was like a basketball game that I used to play with. They show you that you play versus like different people from all over the world, whatever. And so I played it for several days, and then after a few days, I kind of like figured out that some of the people that they're bringing up are computers or like bots, okay, that are playing against you. It's like real people. So in that moment, I kind of like throw the game away, you know, and deleted the app because I felt like being cheated, you know. And I think that is the most basic thing that any kind of like person who's coming over to to gain an enjoyment out of an app or game or whatever.
That's why.
It's like you want it to be honest, to be truth, okay? That the rules that you set in the beginning, okay, are like remaining the same rules, okay, and they're not being changed, and they're not again getting back to this point that we said earlier, okay, not being replaced, man by a computer, you know.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I wanted with my group on Signal. It's why it's on Signal, not on Telegram, or or anything else. It's on Signal, and I wanted to be able to speak to and preferably actually have a video call with every single person before they came into the group, so that I knew
you're real,
that they're a real person. I've actually invited the first person in. I've invited in, and I haven't sort of done a one-on-one interview chat, basically just a one-on-one chat with, and that's Calistoga Refried. But that's because I've been on a couple of live streams with him, with Bernie. So I know that Kevin's real. So I didn't really need to, to do that with him. But
and because he and I are more in the same time zones, I was able to chat with him on the phone. So
yeah,
that's all we're asking for, to make that connection.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it. It's just to make that connection, to know that the person's real.
But it's good to know that too, if you're going into a group that everyone's real. I mean, that's good to know coming into. You think that would be a place you'd want to seek out?
That's exactly why I decided to join. I was like, as soon as he's just, I need your phone number. I mean, that's clearly, yeah.
So I mean, Facebook. The thing is, right, I don't ever really talk about this, and I didn't actually really fully appreciate it until just now, really thinking about it. So I've been creating on YouTube since 2017, right? But I woke up in 2013. I started sharing straight away in 2013. As soon as I was coming across stuff, I was sharing it straight away on Facebook. And if you go back, my profile's still there. If you go back to 2013 on my profile, you'll see the shit that I was sharing. If they haven't taken it down, you'll see all the shit that I was sharing up until I think it was about 2016. I stopped using Facebook, and then I was watching YouTube all the time. And then end of 2017, I decided, right, I want to chuck my oar in, get involved in this. And I just completely stopped using Facebook, because the thing is, sharing on Facebook, sharing everything that I was coming across on Facebook, showed me clearly that absolutely nobody was awake or gonna wake up. They couldn't see what I was seeing. I was being, ridiculed. They're taking a piss out of me, telling me I was a conspiracy theorist.
That's where it started with me too. Yeah, and people started that's when I started to kind of lose friendships. Like,
and they stopped showing they stopped showing people. That Facebook stopped sharing my post, so people could only see it if they actually came to my page, instead of doing like they did with everybody, putting everybody else's posts up for you to go and to see. They weren't posting I was getting shadow banned. Essentially, I was getting shadow banned. So that's why I stopped. I was just like, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, it felt like a dead end, and just like triggered people. I had a lot of people who got triggered by my posts.
Oh, so many people get triggered.
And one of them is my favorite, because I was adamantly against Roundup for many, many years. There had been other studies that were already being done on it and everything, and so I was posting stuff about it. And I had this one old friend of mine who came back and was just in my face about how there was no evidence, and that all the studies they had tested it was safe, yada yada yada. And then it wasn't much longer, I think, when that was all said, that the lawsuit came out. And in the lawsuit, I don't know if everybody knows this, but they had literally proven that the reason that this guy got cancer was because the testing was only done with glucosidase, not the active ingredients in Roundup, right? And so there was more to it. And there is a weird connection to when we got rid of Agent Orange, which half of Agent Orange is an herbicide, as we all know, right? And the timing of when Roundup was discovered, or glucosidase was discovered. So
how interesting that too. So you're saying a poison causes cancer? That's interesting.
And
right, I mean that's the case
too. Cancer, right?
Well, poisons, yeah,
I know.
That is true. But it's said and it's put out in a unique way where people don't connect it together. So you'll see all these things on labels, which this increases your risk of cancer. Well, how does it increase my cells, my genes mutating? How is that possible? It's not. How is that carcinogen then giving me cancer? If you say it's about genes mutating, like genes gone wild, shit, it's ridiculous. It's like there's these illogic fallacies everywhere. It's like,
but trying to make us feel like we're insignificant.
Yeah, they're kind of telling you there, like the information is there. If you're thinking, you go, well, wait a second, and this causes risking cancer, and this, what's the link of all these things? Oh, they're all poisons. They're all just different poisons. How interesting. You take more poisons, you got more chance of a cancerous tumor. Like, yeah, all right.
Exactly. Yeah.
And at this point, it's good to point out that the purpose of this channel is not to provide cure-all or health advice, and please consult your local services in case of an emergency.
Just question shit.
Yeah, seek out your own medical practitioner for additional information. Try and think for yourself, and always find as much literature as you can, and just do your due diligence, man. Be responsible. Be responsible for yourself. Stop expecting other people to be responsible for you. Take responsibility for everything.
Get a second opinion.
Yeah,
but it's different. Don't get the same opinion from 5 different people. Get a different opinion. might help you to expand your thinking a little bit, you know.
Yep. This is why I always talk about that. I still look at the mainstream news because and not all the time. I don't sit and watch it, trust me, because I'll get triggered if I do. But I look for those little articles all the time because they're little truth drops, like we've talked about. It's the same thing with the History Channel.
I don't have to look for it. Like you're always getting little snippets of things anyway. It's not like you go looking, like turn the TV on. But I tell you what, I'm at Mum's place.
I don't look for it either. Yeah.
She's got a normal TV thing, so I put a DVD on the other day, and you know, turn it on, and then the TV popped on with this news crap, or you know, or
and
if you swap.
The thing is, it's good because it's like, this is what my mum and dad are getting programmed with when they put the TV on. This is what they're subject to. The thing is, before any of this kind of sort of sprung up, back in 2015, right? I'd just come over here. I was staying with my friends, staying in their villa. It was before I'd got my own apartment, so I was staying in the villa with my friends, and they watched daytime TV, English daytime TV. So I came downstairs in the morning, and Jeremy Kyle is on the TV, and you know, Good Morning Britain and the news and the lunchtime news and all of that. That was all on, and I can remember sitting there, and there was nothing specific going on back then. 2015, if you can remember, life was pretty cushy. You know, well, for me, it was cushy as fuck. I just got out here in Tenerife, and the weather hadn't changed yet. They hadn't started spraying here yet, so the air was clean, and it was beautiful, perfect weather all the time, and you know, new horizons. I was really excited. And this daytime TV, I sat there, and it felt like somebody had poured some really thick, viscous fluid into my brain, and it was just like going and pouring down into my body and sort of bringing me down. Like
those daytime soaps. That's what that feels like.
Yeah.
But it was this, and it was like, well, is there a frequency coming off the TV with this? It's like there's an actual frequency that's coming off the TV that doesn't matter what the images are, except, I mean, the Jeremy Kyle shit was just, you know, really car crash TV. These people getting up, obvious actors, wannabe actors that are been given an opportunity to get up on stage and act, pretend that they're in a relationship with each other and their brother and sister, and all of these things that they want to get the people thinking about. They want to get normal people thinking about these things and normalizing these things when they're not normal. They do happen, but they're not normal. Anyway,
I want
I always
to share
thought
my
like watching anything like that, it was like, this is not normal. Like I never thought what I was watching was normal. You know, a lot of the times I'm like, are there people out like this? You know, yeah.
Same with everything that I watched, like that. I felt that, but the same with everything I watched. It was like, but that isn't real life.
It's just
people don't do that. People don't act like that. Like people don't.
Rich,
that's what I always found extremely interesting, because I'm a director as well, like directing theater and stuff as well. So coming from that acting world, it's like, well, what is that real? Then what is that thing that you want to sort of see, you know? And that's connection of the real. So when an actor's really good at what they do,
that's Jim Carrey's.
I'll tell you what, Richie. Like I want to tell my personal story with the media. I, for myself, for my entire life, I love to do media until I joined the army, and also over there did all kinds of projects like that. And then afterwards, after my army service, I went down to learn media in college, and I got a degree in media. And like for 3 years, after 3 years that being involved with that, I said to myself, like, no way that I'm gonna be doing that in my adult life. and I went down to do like other stuff because my place that I learned over there, it was in the north of Tel Aviv, and it was the place that they attract like the the media people of the future in Israel. And over there, I thought to myself, okay, I need to be like really cool and really unique or whatever to succeed over there. And what I found out that the people that were like in my classrooms and all of that, they were so untalented people, okay, and so like mainstream perception. And the thing is that and what I discovered throughout this degree, that the media has the first and most important rule of the media is that there is a black square, okay, and everything that they want that will be in this black square will be,
that's what
and
I
what will
remember.
not won't be in that black square. Okay.
I did media studies. I did media studies A level.
Yeah.
So I did media studies and film studies and English literature. But the media studies and the film studies, like the media studies, I did radio in one of the sections in it was radio, and then we did do a television. We did a television show as well, but it was because I wanted to be a sound engineer, so I just wasn't resonating with any of it because we wasn't done anything about sound apart from the radio.
I got like also about the radio. I got a really cool story from that the time that I did my degree. I also like broadcasted on the local radio that was in the college. It was like the local radio of Tel Aviv, and the theme over there, because it was like a radio college radio. The theme of the slogan of the radio: "We don't suck up to anyone." Okay, it was like written down on the entrance to the station and that. So when I
Well, it's just funny you have to say that.
Yeah. What?
Well, why do you say, why? Because
because they wanted to say no, we're not mainstream. We do whatever we want. We don't suck up to anyone. Okay. So you can. So I told myself, okay, this looks like a nice place, and they told us, yeah, you can put any kind of music in any time of the day, whatever you want. This is a free place. Okay. And so I told myself, yeah, like that looks good. So they gave me a show on Friday afternoon, okay, on something like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's like Friday, it's like Saturday, it's like before Shabbat enters. So I came on my first broadcast, and I said, okay, let's do it. I brought on this hardcore techno set and play it on over there. And like, I felt good about myself, went home, and like on Sunday, the manager of the radio came over to me and said, hey, come over here. I said, what? I heard you played like techno on Friday afternoon. You should like, you should like, slow down with it. People on Friday afternoon likes to chill out, not like, to hear those kind of things.
Mia's like, no, you're getting ready to go out, man. It's a Friday night.
What you're saying to me right now, get along with the slogan that reads down on your wall over there, okay? Like, I don't need to suck up to anyone and play soft music on Friday afternoon if I don't want to, right? So that brought me to the conclusion that, also in the place that declares itself as the most unmainstream place, okay, is also totally inside the system. So the thing is that after I finished up those studies, I told myself that I'm never going to be involved with that. But I told myself that I will, suppress my ambition to do these media things until like about 14, 15 years later, I discovered this over here. And I kind of like when I opened up to Flat Earth and all this truth world, I kind of like discovered the YouTubers, okay, the ones who are like creating media by their own. And what I saw about them, beside their content, I saw like, hey, there's a person over there that actually does what he wants, okay? That actually like, nobody tells him what to do. Nobody tells him like how to do it and all that. And with that, when I opened up the Esh News, I told myself that I want to do media which is truth, okay, and true art, okay. And I told myself it's very pretentious to say that you want to do true art, okay? Everybody wants to do that, right? So it's kind of like I told myself, how do I find this true art? How do I go? And I told myself, okay, in order to know where the truth lies, I need to go to the lie first, okay? And I then told myself, okay, where is the lie? Oh, I know the lies. They are like in the mainstream media. All my life I know them. So I learned, and I know who they are. So I kind of like opened the television and I decided to do everything which is opposite to what I see on the mainstream television. Okay, in H News, meaning like I won't bring the people that are like over there in the mainstream television. My shows will be completely like off, time and sets and all of that, and also the fonts. The fonts that I'm using, it's gonna be like totally ugly and stuff. So anyway, it's kind of like. I see this H News thing as a protest of an absolute simple protest against what media is today, what media is today.
Dude, I love that because I think I've done the opening show for 3 seasons, was it?
Oh yeah. Rich is always my opening show.
Yeah,
first one.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my claim to fame.
Shut up, Linda.
No, but I love it because I hate mainstream media, and I think that journalism. I think the words are very important. If you're a journalist or a correspondent, or you're a reporter, because they're not journalists. None of them are journalists, man. They're not correspondents. They're all pushing the narrative, aren't they? But so we're
journal.
What are we? We are true journalists and correspondents, aren't we?
That's what I guess. Like that word too would mean, like what you're saying, true art. Like if it's the journey of Al, journal. Then you're showing as it truly is. You can't put an agenda or anything in there. You can't direct it in any way. You just show it as it is. It's like if it's like life is art reflecting life, or whereas sometimes we can say that, but sometimes no. There's an agenda there where this is not. This is now a floating thing where they're doing it the other way around. Where it's. We're reflecting this.
Sorry. Yeah, you could say Banksy is like art reflecting life, isn't it? Banksy's art reflecting life, but then it's when you get into the silly modern art crap and all that.
But if it's like something that's out of place, and it's just repeated over and over again, where's the balance? There's no balance. So it's like. Then there needs to be something that, and it pops up because it's the finding the need. It's like, I want to watch something like that, and it's not there, so I have to make it. Because it won't be paid, it won't be in a mainstream, it won't be their position there. You have to make it. You have to make it separately. It has to be built up from scratch separately to actually work in that function. So whereas you can do it yourself, you can do what you want when it comes to it as well, which is back to hopefully, and it's just reflecting what's true or showing what's not shown. Just true art, but it's showing what's not being shown as well. So it balances because I mean, what's the alternative when you don't have this sort of stuff as well? Like if I did it, I'd have to, which I have done quite a lot, is find my own news sort of stuff. So I'm then looking for it's not like you're finding articles and this and that. No, you're following trails and money trails and all of this sort of stuff. And that's news, but that's a lot of research and a lot of work that's done for it. So when someone shortcuts that for you and says, this is what's happening, and you can just check it as well. That's what people need at the moment too, because there's so many lies. So we need those shortcuts where we can just cut to the chase more often.
Who is this, Sarah?
This artist is called Adam Goldsworthy, and he takes nature
And turns it into
turns
whole.
it into art pieces and then photographs it. And so,
But
just because of the
he's
subject
fixated on
matter, I
whole.
thought it'd be, yeah.
The rabbit hole.
Is it a rabbit hole? Is it a black hole?
Right?
Is it
Funny,
is
like
it a vortex? Is it a
the other day I
vortex?
saw like with NASA they published all kinds of like pictures of images of this black hole thing.
Oh
And you
god,
can
yeah, I saw that as
yeah,
well.
and you can see this black hole and this thing, and it says that it gives birth to new stars or something like that, new planets. And you can see this trail of something coming out of like this whole thing. And I was kind of like, published this weird picture over there. I said, anal sex, anyone?
And it wouldn't surprise me if they tell us a new variant has come from that black hole.
Yeah, I don't know. It's no, but it's like I kind of like saw that and I said, oh, you just want to image us how anal sex looks like, right? And it's just,
black holes cause
with this black, yeah,
sudden death. Yeah.
I liked that one,
Oh,
but if
this
you go
is
back
snake.
a bit, well, you don't have to go back a bit, but the one with the pebbles in the stream, that one with the pebbles, yeah, that one. I like that one.
Ooh.
There's another really
Right.
cool one I'm looking for, where he highlights the base of a tree with colored leaves, and it's all this is him
It looks
just
like an
obviously
eye as well. It looks like an eye. That looks
Yeah.
like an eye, but backwards, like because the white, the grey is where the color should be, and the grey is where the white should be. They're transposed.
By the way, different different question. Did you know about that there is not such thing as the speed of light?
Well, I mean,
How do they record?
Yeah,
Like
speed of
they say
they
that
said it
speed
was
of light number or whatever is a measurement from a complete vacuum. So how do they do that for start? How are you getting the vacuum to measure this?
Also, if you take the actual number that they said, it's I think 29.
Which changes all the bloody time. Remember?
Yeah,
And they
it
said it
also
was
changes,
fixed,
and
then
it's
it
also the
changed.
coordinates. Okay, it's the coordinates of the pyramids in Giza. Okay, if you take this number and put the number, so it's like the coordinates of the pyramids.
But if I make up a number, I can make up a number.
Yeah.
I can make up any number I want, really.
The way
I
that
can
it
make
actually
a meaningful
works.
number as well.
That's quite cool.
The way that it actually works, that that we see things. Okay, it's not that actual physical particles of light are like reaching to our eyes. Okay.
Yeah,
It's,
that's the only way the speed of light can exist, is if light exists in particles.
Yeah, but it's not like that. It's not like that. No, it's just I think that you are like gaining this what?
Propagation, energy propagation. It's propagating.
Yeah.
It's like that idea too. It's like well, yeah, it's going through something as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just saw that Beavis and Butthead comment there.
I'm Cornholio.
It's like so that you put a light through a prism or something too. They say that the light slows down going through that dense material or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And then speeds back up again.
Oh, okay.
Back to the speed of light. Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Oh, mate.
It's crazy. It's like even like E equals MC squared. Like, all right, so that uses this, right? Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, whatever that is. Right. So let's
Don't say anything
do
about
this for me. Work out how much energy is actually in light. So we all know, like, I can get a solar panel and get energy out of light.
Yeah.
Right? So what's the mass of that for me?
Yeah. How much does it weigh?
What?
Yeah, how much does lightweight?
How much did that white that
I
light
don't
weigh?
know.
Well, the guy that made that E equals MC squared, he reckons it's 0.
Okay.
No mass, right? So 0 times the speed of light squared, 0. So
But E
light has
equals MC
0
squared.
energy. Great, thanks. What a
Equals
wonderful.
MC squared only works if there's no ether.
Wait a second. Say?
E equals MC squared only works if there's no ether.
Well, he was the guy that got.
And the trick is he really meant 0 point field.
He made the Earth spin.
Right?
That's the guy that made the Earth spin. And the way he made the Earth spin was by the apparatus. This is what he said. The apparatus that they used in the experiment, which actually worked out the ether and stuff, the apparatus shrunk during the experiment. And that's what.
Do you know that was...
Okay. Good story,
was,
mate. Like, well, okay, it just shrunk. Okay. How are you going to prove that?
Einstein was a bit of a ladies' man. Einstein was a bit of a ladies' man, and that was one of his best shut-up lines. Like, you know,
yeah, he wore blouses and
I made the Earth spin.
He was a ladies' man. Yeah.
Yeah,
our good friend One Stone.
It was actually like related to the story of that I told you last week with Isaac Swell. He was like actually been nominated to be the first president of Israel. Like when Israel was established, they suggested it to him, okay, and he said no, and so they elected the other guy, Weissman. I told you that he, kept the well over there.
Either
so
way,
anyway,
it was going in the science. Either way, they wanted it.
Either way, they were both scientists. They were like aiming intentionally to elect the first president as a scientist, and like the president over here is kind of like, it's not like the prime minister. It's like the queen in England. Okay, it's like a representative figure. So, but it was very important that they will.
You either want technocracy itself or someone that defaults to the scientists, the experts, because they're so dumb they default to their technocracy experts.
Tyler, he may well have been doing Pisces. But it wasn't just his cousin. He was doing everyone. He was a little.
He has a patent. He did do a patent. He has patented one thing by himself.
Yeah,
and that's a blouse. He patented a blouse.
Yeah,
Einstein.
Oh, by the way, if we do mention him, did you know that atoms doesn't really exist?
Well,
atoms.
Atoms.
It's a theory.
I've never seen it.
It's a theory. Well,
yeah, exactly.
No one ever saw an atom. Okay, it's only a theory. Okay.
Yeah, same as DNA.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much. It's a model. Okay, it's a model of like a really, really small thing. You know that every time that the science encounters something which is either small or really big, it has like problems to present it to us. So they kind of like drew out this cool thing with all the circle things, and which. If it does exist, it doesn't resemble anything like that. Okay, now what comes out of it that not only that they're teaching all kinds of like lies in schools, but on top of that you have like the atomic bombs. Okay, and the thing is that it was declared that 2 atomic bombs were thrown on Japan in the Second World War. We have a person over here, Trufer over here, that kind of like did research on that, and he said that whatever they threw on the Second World War wasn't like an atomic bomb or nuclear bomb,
just big
or whatever.
Bombs.
Yeah, just big bombs.
Yeah,
and it just like proved that
with a story, big bombs and a story, a narrative.
Yeah.
Because you don't. It's more about creating the fear. Like it's cheaper to actually just create the narrative than actually do the thing.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, I don't know if you guys like so much terrified about it, but here in the Middle East, we got like for like I think it's about 35 years. I remember like that I saw recently an article from the year of 1987 from a newspaper here in Israel. And they said over there that Iran is about to reach atomic capability in a few weeks, okay? And it's been like 35 years since then, and the headline is still the same. Okay, the headline is still the same. Oh, Iran is reaching to it. Iran is reaching to it. You should be careful. And the whole, I don't know, Middle East, and I guess now the whole world is now, every time that you're like hearing this atomic bomb, everyone starts and it's kind of like this is I think the spell that the media is doing to you with this narrative.
They want everybody to be afraid of nuclear energy.
Yeah. Oh, and one more thing.
As soon as you say nuclear, oh my God.
Yeah. And one more thing that they changed in the narrative, which is really funny. They said that like I remember like during the 80s or whatever, whenever I grew up, it was told that the atomic bombs are like capable of destroying a city, okay, like they did in the Second World War. But somehow the narrative changed that the next atomic bomb that will fall will destroy everything, okay, everything. So it's I don't know this
one of those ongoing threats. It's
this ongoing threat.
They love the ongoing ones.
In my personal opinion, they don't exist.
I don't know if it's like a bigger lie than the space travel and things like that, but I don't know.
There's some really big bombs that exist, really big explosions like hydrogen bombs and stuff. But in my personal opinion, this whole split in the atom doesn't exist. They've never proven the atom exists. They can't prove it exists.
Yeah. Like you'd think we'd have some fundamental fucking proof for all of these things.
Oh no, but they do.
Same as virus, same as all of these things. You'd think we'd have some fundamental proof. If you're going to go that far with it, with this fantasy, you'd think you'd want to know of the fundamental, the building blocks, the basis, the foundations of it. Always like that. And that's the first place I go to is the fundamentals. I don't care what's being said. I'll go, right, I haven't looked at this. I'll go straight to the fundamentals. Where's this built from? And that's the quickest way to get to the truth that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They've made something up,
It's like basketball.
And there's a lot of people that have made a lot of things up, and some make way more sense to that. So that's a better theory, and there becomes, we can prove these things as well. So when it can be proved, and it's not, and it's a long-standing theory as well, there's a problem there because you can't prove it, because it can't be done. So there's proof in the not being able to do it. Why is it not being done as well? And same as all of these things, it's the fundamentals.
It's the whole if X then Y thing. But if it's not X, then what?
Yeah.
What's that? But
this or that, when a lot of these things are complicated as well, and they're simplifying it because a lot of things are really, really simple as well, and we've complicated to a point because we've got all these rabbit holes to go down, which are like mainstream ones, which don't exist. Like you can go forever and talk about nothing forever, and all the complicated parts about that nothing. It's it's crazy.
They've always been fully aware of that, and they've counted on it. They've gone. That's been part of the tool. It's like, it's okay. We'll give them this, and we'll go and separate them off in this little echo chamber. And you watch them go.
Create a lot of little separate, specialized echo chambers, because when you're specializing like they do as well, so the left hand's not talking to the right hand.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, though, isn't it? That's the beauty of it, is that we will specialize ourselves. We create our own paradigms. We strap together our own boxes and climb in them. We're so good at doing it. We're so good at relying on one perception. Relying on one. Well, if it's not that, then it has to be that. There's no opportunity to
and all that means is if it's not that, then it's not that.
Yeah,
doesn't mean anything else. No.
If X then Y, what about ABC?
It's taking the information for what what it truly is, actually what it is. You know, I mean, there is a lot of deduction that can be made, like heaps of deduction that is accurate and real, but you've got to start from somewhere, you know, and then test your deductions as well. So, yeah. And the thing is, like, we don't have to have pure knowledge. Like, it doesn't work that way in nature as well. There's a point you'll get to where you can't explain everything, and you have to go on instinct. There is a point where you have to let go to what is being shown, because it's never quite right anyway. You have to be open to the little things.
That's what quantum is.
Quantum always gives me a fucking, every time I hear it, I'm like, eh.
Yeah, but what I mean is, that was an avenue that gave science the option to, or the ability to say,
to take away spirit.
It's a simulation, and anything's possible, right? It's that
yeah,
whole 0
but,
point field
and to
thing.
explain the unexplainable, to explain the things that they can't explain. We put it down. Yeah.
To quantify to turn it into matter again. We're back to this. It's all about matter and nothing else. Matter matters and nothing else matters.
Yeah.
You know? No. It's another way of separating. So first, if you want to get rid of the spirit, because the spirit's linked to the physical, you know, it's right there as one, you know, but if you want to get rid of that, we have to actually split those two as much as we can, and then we can go like that. Focus on this.
That's why I think there's a significant discussion with how we changed how we started burying our dead. How it used to be a lot more of a ceremonial thing about the land, right? All encompassing, staying within that. And then all of a sudden it became about these plots of land that just all these random people sit on that had no connection to anything that had to do with your family. And how, and then think about the 6 feet separation, which obviously is so important right now with what we've gone through. Did that separate us from the spirit? Did that disconnect us from our ancestors? And then, so for moving forward, we didn't feel like this impression that we needed to make sure that we were sacred to that whole process.
Listen, I'm actually shocked, with how it deteriorated the honor for the dead over here in Israel. I think that it's been deteriorating in over the last years. I've been going lately. A few months ago to a funeral of a friend of mine, and it was like in a city, another city, and I went down over there and I saw like the cemetery, and it was a freaking mall. Okay, it was like built, on with stories. Okay, with stories high, and it was like, when I came down over there, it was still like under construction. Okay, so you kind of like, we're having this ceremony in a construction site when you bury the person like inside like a wall, not even in the ground. Okay, inside the
like
wall.
the mausoleums.
Yeah, and it's
a multi-story mausoleum. Multi-story mausoleum.
What's the connection to the stone they use for that? I wonder.
I don't know. The thing is that I stepped up the floors, and all the floors you can see like just an empty ground, and waiting for to put the people there. And I don't know. It's first of all it makes me sad actually that this whole thing happens. The thing is with Jewish burial, it's been totally been controlled by the religious bodies in Israel, and everything. Also, like all the main things in your life should pass through them. When you get born, you get like circumcision, and when you get married, you get like you have to go through them, and when you die, so you have to bury with their institutes.
Cradle to grave.
Yeah, and in Israel, it's not very common, and it's not really, by tradition to burn. Okay, to how do you say it?
Cremate.
Cremate, yeah, cremate.
Cremate.
Yeah. So so I don't know. For me, for myself, I totally see thinking of the need to dispose the body like when you die, because when you die you like remaining only spirit, okay, and I think that this is the way that you should continue on living for eternity, okay, and I don't know that I don't know if and you don't need this body to remain anywhere, not in a ground, not in a piece of box in a mall.
Once it's dead, it's gone. There's no need for it anymore, is there? That I wanted to be cremated when I died, because it's like the body's gone, ashes to ashes, man.
Yeah.
Ashes to
Either
ashes.
that or a mummy. I want to be a mummy.
Now at this point, I want to do the
Well,
fungi.
dude, are you sure? In that case, are you sure that you want to go? You don't want to maybe consider gender reassignment if you want to be a mummy? Like you should have talked to us about this before, dude. Don't be afraid. If you really do feel that like you're a mummy inside, and you want to have babies. Yeah. Oh, are you talking about the Egyptian mummies?
Yeah. They were also pretty much transgenders, I think, back then. I don't know.
Hey, listen, don't go joking about it, because you don't know what those people identified as. And did you know that they are actually pushing this? They're actually pushing this in the scientific community amongst the archaeologists, where they have assumed, because we argue, okay, well, if it's not a biological thing, why is it that they can tell by the bone structure if it's male or female? Oh, no, you still don't know. You don't know how they identified. They might have identified as the opposite. Sorry, excuse me. What? You're gonna really? You're scientists, and you're giving this time. You're giving this energy. You're giving it. You're considering it, or because why? Because you're afraid. Is that why? Or because you agree with it?
Socially afraid.
Either way, you're a bunch of pussies. You're a bunch of brainless fucking pussies. You shouldn't be teaching anybody anything or do it like that. They need to be
something as a twist as well. It's like the science. How did that science change?
And that's it as well. That's what I don't get. When they first said that, the science changes. Huh? What? Hang on. Science changes? Did anybody tell Einstein about that? Has anybody spoken to Einstein or Tesla, or did anybody talk to them about how science changes?
Didn't they know?
No, they're saying that the science is open for criticism.
The speed of light changes. I suppose if the speed of light changes, that changes the equations in E equals mc squared. What is a mushroom death suit? They're really cool, man. They're those sort of biologically biodegradable coffins, aren't they? Basically, it's like get wrapped up into
you get wrapped up in a fungi suit, and then they eat you, and you feed the earth.
Have you seen? Is it? What's it called?
I'm gonna get a coffee.
It's either Until Dawn.
I'm gonna go do a break. Yeah, let's break.
Yeah. Let's take a quick break.
I don't want to see mushrooms eating my whatever.
And actually, what we'll do is, Richie, I queued up the No Rest for the Weary song, and we'll put a little overlay and take a quick 5-minute.
Cool.
Does that sound good, Rich?
Yeah, man.
All right, guys. See you guys in a minute.
Just another day grinding up stones till they turn into dust. It's tough times in the rough. Diamonds ain't enough to cover up a corrupted and fucked up legacy of strange fruit Bloody whips and smallpox, trigger happy cops, barbed wire and fire water, y'all, it don't stop. When the colonizer came with the cross and the sword, I threw the first spear and said I declare war. I'm a battle scar wearing their apparent, descendant of a long lineage of proletarian and peasant. So check the work ethic in the name. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a big slip. I ride the rhythm and vibe, a little wine talk, head get the concrete to line with your spine. I speak to find peace, but it's war all the time. It's deep like the drive from Renton to Shoreline. I'm a more mindful guy ever since finding out that I'm about to be your father, and doubt is not an option. And now I can't be getting crunked and faded as often. So get your hands dirty, cause a prayer ain't enough, boss. What cross? We got crucified by buckshot. 1 million Jesuses and Judas got his nuts off pages. Torn out the memory of those who remain shackled in the chains of international capital gain. They claim civilized with the animal ways. Peace to Oakland, I've never been a fan of the A. But some days you can find me inscribing my soul on the page. Every crime has an alibi. Disciplined and organized is how I handle mine. Jacks is spending mad time on they battle rhymes. I can't knock it if you find it entertaining. I rep those whose labor ain't compensated. So check the work ethic in the name. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a pink slip. 42 a class, no wonder we delinquent. Half the school district never make it to commencement. I bend the spine of the track until it snaps. Pop's working overtime and he got a broken back. Got 3 little sisters, 1 brother in Iraq, and mom prays novenas to keep the fam intact. But this song ain't a song waiting for God to answer. Brothers call me dog, they got the letters backwards. I'm back with a plan of attack to repossess my name, face, and history, y'all. Who wants test my capacity to spit caliber shit into a rhythmic lesson? And edutainment's a legitimate weapon, igniting the cipher sessions. I'm deciphering life and blending both theory into practice. I write vernacular and actual fact, God, no posturing. 1,000 points and fingers, I defied every one of them. I ride for my brethren who carry the burden of a future uncertain till the fall of the curtain. You better move. Hold your head high, soldier, it ain't over yet. That's why we call it a struggle. You're supposed to sweat. Check the work ethic in the name. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a pink slip. Crazy landlady trying to switch upon the lease. If she raises up the rent again, it's time to say peace, peace, peace. And that's my peace. It's still all about the bullet in the belly of the beast. From the east, my brother, we came. The lessons might change, but the essence of the message is the same. So when they say anything, say why is it? Class is in session till the teacher gets a pink slip. So keep marching till your feet split open. No rest for the weary blue scholars. Keep going. About the album, we're gonna talk about more matters that you can relate to. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the whole mission. Everything that we try to do, trying to connect.
Let's play a different game. Fire it all up again. Fire up my heart again. For me to lose, I know stay. I'll run away again, running away again. Till I see the you of the dark, of the dark, of the dark, of the dark. Let's play a different game. Fire it all up again. Fire up my heart again. For me to lose, I know I'm the one to stay. I'll run away again, running away again. Till I see the you.
I think we're having a really good time there. I don't know. You guys couldn't see the full thing, but
I could just see that you could see. I could see my hand because I was dancing. Like, look, there's my hand.
Did you see me like kicking my foot up at you, like at the ceiling? That was my joke. I was trying to be like, stop making all that noise, right? Get it? No.
I was about to break the mic.
Oh God, he's got to bloody get karaoke out. But Red Eye's right. There's something about drum and bass, man. There's something about a liquid drum and bass that's just like the hospital records. They do a really good, or they used to do a really good drum and bass like a podcast.
You know, that's how I think about lights too, is sound wise. So, you know, I have big lights and I have little lights. So I have like big bass lights, like big power feeling sort of lights, and then it's like paintbrushes too. It's like a painting as well. I got big brushes, small brushes, little brushes, filling in a picture with all those little, you know, in tune things. Though I guess because that's our song, our spirit as well, is this tune, the one tune sort of thing. And we all know what's in tune. Isn't that interesting too? Like,
yeah, and
you
what's
feel it
in rhythm as well. Like it's rhythm and melody. It's like we can, you know, even people that say they can't sing and they're tone deaf, you can hear when something's wrong, when there's a disharmony.
Disharmony, yeah.
Yeah, disharmony, yeah. And who was it that was talking about that word harmony? That was Paul, wasn't it? Paul was talking about the word harmony and saying harm
on why.
I always tell you, Richie, that as Libra sign, like they always say that the Libras are looking for the balance, okay, of like balancing between the energies and stuff. But I told you that the balance is only like the tool, okay, to get to the real target. And the real target is actually harmony. Okay, the Libras are like looking at the harmony as like the best, ideal for them. Yeah, and
being
I think that the way to get to
is harmony.
Yeah, and it's like when they know that when things are balanced, when the energies are balanced in any kind of like structure, so this is where you get to the harmony that you want to with these people.
But it's funny that the harmony is a mathematical thing. It's a very mathematical thing, pentatonic. You know, so
and that's where a lot of this stimulation sort of comes into it as well, because when you go on when taking different substances and stuff, well, when we see and not taking substances as well, because a lot of these substances you create, so it is you anyway. But you know, what do we see when we go into those worlds? It's very geometric.
Yeah.
The kaleidoscope.
Depending on what you've taken, it's not geometric with LSD. For me, there was nothing geometric about LSD, but mushrooms were.
I'm not a good gauge because I haven't done enough to say, but I did not, and I have to this day have not had like a full on hallucination like I've heard people talk about. When I did shrooms, I definitely had very beautiful visual. I guess that, you know, there's definitely hallucination aspect to that. Well, because we always set it up. I was talking about this. We always set it up. We had this friend who did really good artwork, and it was just pen and ink. You know, it was real simple, and we'd set it up in front of this light so that it would pop a little bit anyway. But then when we were on it, it was just like, you know, moving and colors were coming. But that was the extent. Yeah, it was wonderful.
Colors are amazing, man. Colors become so vibrant.
Yeah. Being a lighting guy.
I tell you my recent, let's say,
party
agenda or no, yeah, it's related to the party actually. Like my recent agenda that I keep spreading around, like for people in parties or whatever, when I'm talking about this subject. So I kind of like telling that we should, I think, stay away from psychedelic drugs. Okay. I recently kind of like figured out that what these psychedelic drugs are doing, it's altering the reality, the outside reality, outside of you, okay? And kind of like changes it. And I, for myself, okay, this is my own personal opinion, okay? It's not something which is I'm like,
Yeah. Well, what if real quick near
people, yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, what if, with what you just said, like it alters the state of mind, or I think maybe that is what you said, but it's altering the perspective, right? So what if it's actually unlocking whatever structure we've been placed in? So it's actually allowing us to see past the barriers that have been put in front of us, the duality aspect, right?
Yeah, I do think that the changed reality that we are seeing is not a real reality. Okay, it's not the real reality, because the real reality is the one that we are witnessing. We're
Yeah,
not
you're
on it.
talking
Okay,
about the different. No, you're talking about a material reality.
Yeah.
Both are reality. Both are reality.
Oh
Because when
yeah,
you're
yeah,
experiencing
yes,
it, it's real.
yes. But I do think that this changed reality, okay, it's a false one. It's a one that I think that the one that we are like witnessing when we are like we found
You
it.
sound like my
I
mum.
think this is the one that God is actually wants us, intending us for us to see. And when we are like altering His reality, exchanging His reality with a different one, okay, I think that we are like sitting to God in that sense. We are telling Him, okay, we stop with your
But
reality for a second,
the
and
trouble is,
I will take another one, okay?
dude,
And,
I see what you're saying, but what
It's,
that means,
I would
that
call that a
means that God,
synthetic.
but
Yeah.
that's also perceiving God as some sort of patriarchal figure that's going to punish us. That's not who God is.
No. I'm not talking about the punishment, but I'm talking that this is the way I perceive it. Okay, this is, I told you at the beginning. This is the way that I perceive it. When I take those things and I'm telling, so I'm feeling like I'm telling God, no, your reality, not really suiting for me right now. I will change it to another one. I would rather, okay, take the substances that makes me be better in this current reality, okay? In the reality of God, that I will myself improve my self, qualities and whatever.
So,
the social aspect, whatever.
Personally, I disagree. I agree with Red Eye, right? Psychedelics take you inside. They take you. What you see when you do psychedelics is what's inside of you. That's all you see. It's not a false reality. What you see is what's inside of you, and it allows you. It allows you to confront things. You know, it takes away that it can take away the fear if it's done sensibly, if it's done in a sensible atmosphere with people who know what they're doing, instead of doing like what I did when I was in my 20s and just popping taking a shitload of I think I took 3 microdots. I stuck 3 microdots on my gum and went off for 17 hours. I was gone in a different reality, and at the time everything that was inside me was pretty cool. So all I saw was dinosaurs and fairies and fucking, cool stuff. There was this moment where things went bad, and I knew all I had to do was get back into the safe space where my friends were. Because what I did, I was in my friend's room, and I had to go up to my room to go and get something. But connected to my room was my bad relationship with my girlfriend that I'd ended up kicking out of my room because I said to her, don't fucking come here again. And so, and when I went into the room, there's all this rotting flesh was all dripping down the walls, and there were bugs all over the floor. And it was like, I went in and I grabbed I forget what it was that I was grabbing. I grabbed it and I ran downstairs, got back into the room that we'd started the trip in. And as soon as I went in there, it was like going into, beanbags and fluffy marshmallows, and it was a safe space, and I was okay. It didn't actually go bad.
Well, you did that. It's I've seen this so many times as well, watching people go into, and what happened, like what did you see? Like I remember a story like that where it's like I saw it was the worst thing in the world. I saw ripping flesh just in front of me for what felt like fucking days, and it was only 15 minutes or whatever. And the entire time they have an amazing smile on their face. It is interesting the opposite of that in their physical body. When they come out of it, they're smiling like all hell, like it's like, this is DMT I'm actually talking about with this specific example. And he came out and it was like that, you know, it was horrible, nasty shit, but I needed to see it was something that released within me, and I feel great. You know, and I always see that detachment that's happening as well. Something is releasing and detaching, giving a fuller expression. So I don't like to sort of say psychedelics anyway, because what we're talking about is a few different things. You know, so if we're talking about DMT, we're talking about a natural melatonin, serotonin, DMT. It's basically the exact same thing. It's a natural expression. And it's a detoxing mechanism as well. So that's why we feel that detachment. We feel better. I've shedded something. You know, you've lost something that that was blocking you. So you become more of yourself. Isn't that more God? Isn't that being better?
Especially if you do the DMT through ayahuasca, there is a purging before you even begin your trip. You purge
even much more in that
vomit a lot. It's a physical purge of your body, and then you have
all the levels.
Yeah, and then your experience will last 3 to 4 hours, and then it's a lot more intense, isn't it, when you do it through ayahuasca? But
but you don't need these psychedelics to do this as well, because that is naturally produced within us. So we can do this through putting ourselves in a cave and bringing ourselves into light and stuff like this to have these chemicals flood us, right? And that becomes an extremely detoxing moment too, because all these chemicals detox as well. It's like it's part of that physical nature of what's happening as well, but that's happening on all levels, as you said. If you're not open to those levels and open to that as well, you know, you're missing out, I say, on that, because this is all natural as well. People have worked out that there are ways to generate within us this as well, you know, and then it comes to the point too is how it's used. Like, is it used as a crux? Is it used as a tool to get you somewhere else? Do you drop it? Do you keep?
I've got to say, one of the most effective, one of the best ways to have a kind of psychedelic experience is through sleep deprivation. That if you can go more than 4 days without sleep, it's like, I was walking around tripping my tits off, but not. And so not feeling guilty, and it was like, this is natural, this is completely natural. It might be an induced state, but it's not chemically induced. It's basically,
what's an induced state? Like, if I relax a little bit, my mind state changes and my perception changes, everything changes. Just because so it's not a chemically induced state, or rather it is. It's an altered state, and it's a chemical thing in your brain, but it's your natural chemicals that have been produced by your brain. The what follows, you know, you can change a state by a thought, and then the chemicals follow, and then, you know, so that thought, and if I stay in that thought and stay in that focus for 2 minutes, like this is.
And this is what
like a secret little thing no one knows about. Like, you're just doing something, so your body catches up to that and starts to deliver those chemicals. Those chemicals come out.
And that's the point of meditation. That's the point of meditation.
The art
because our brains are hopping around all the time. Our thoughts are hopping around all the time. Focusing on that one thought long enough for it to induce a chemical, natural chemical reaction. You know, we don't currently, people don't have the attention span to do that, do they? That you need to meditate to be able to do it.
Think about this too: the chemicals that release quicker have a faster response, or they're the fight and flight ones, aren't they?
Yeah, there you go. How complaining mobilize your brain for negativity, and never literally killed you.
You need to run now. So adrenaline, dopamine, you know.
Listen, guys, I'm convinced. Actually, I'm gonna do all the drugs, meditation, whatever that you say right now, and I'm gonna go and
Dude, with the
take off the air. And
hallucinogenics, just stay
I'm
away
gonna
from
go this.
LSD.
Yeah, I'm going for it. Yeah.
No,
I'm
try and
dropping
stay away
by.
from LSD. Just stay with the natural things, the natural plant hallucinogenics.
Yeah,
We want you to be able to come back and talk about
I
it.
would say it's not for everyone either. You know,
Yeah.
like it's only for those who are drawn in some
everything I
way.
said. Drop everything I said earlier. I'm gonna do psychedelics right now. I'm gonna tell you next week how it was. Bye, guys.
All in one night.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see you next
Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah. Cool.
Cocktail.
Bye.
Thanks, Nir.
Thanks for coming, dude.
We might not see him again ever. Like,
no, we will. Trust me, it's a weekly thing.
Gonna run off into the woods.
Nir loves to party, man. Nir loves to party. It's a very party atmosphere out in Israel. Every weekend they're down the beach or they're out in the woods or they're somewhere having a party, like outside. There's like lots of people, like probably over 100 people. It's an outside open air party. We've got, you know, and it's techno music and, you know, dance techno. It's like the parties that I used to go to in Winchester. The parties I used to go to in Winchester, the free parties that I used to go to. It's like that, exactly like that. And they do that pretty much every weekend, man. They have such a good time. Yeah,
what we call them, doof doofs out here, where they go out into the middle of nowhere and crank it.
Yeah,
the
just
desert.
crank it up.
When growing up, we used to call them barn parties or cornfield parties because we'd go out. When I lived in Wisconsin, we'd go to someone's farm, and somebody always had a barn somewhere, right? And we would just go way back out in the field, way back. You know, we'd use the barn partially, but we'd just pull kegs back out there.
I went to barn dances. I went to a couple of barn dances, but they weren't quite the same. I mean, it got pretty rowdy.
What's the line dancing?
The line dancing.
The country line dancing. I've done that.
We weren't that country, you know. We were, because I'm more of a zennial versus a millennial as well. And not to say I never did that. That was part of school for gym classes. We had to learn all those dances, the line dance and what do they call it? The cross.
The Macarena.
Take your partner, do-si-do.
We probably did.
Well, I remember that, like we call it primary school or whatever, and they got everyone up in an assembly, and you're doing this weird Macarena and these things. Yeah. I'm like, why are we doing this? You know, it's exercise.
The Macarena, and I mean, it started off with the Birdie song, and the Hokey Cokey.
Yeah, that one.
What's the one where you sit down and you pretend you're rowing? Do you remember that? There's a dance where you all sit down, like you sit down and your legs go either side of the person in front of you, and so everybody's sat there and you're all rowing you're right. God, English people will know. Come on, Brits. I remember doing that. Do you remember doing that in school discos back in the 80s and 90s? In the school discos, it was always in the school disco. I can't remember what the song was that we used to do it for. But I tell you what, the Hokey Cokey works with any music at all. It is an absolutely interchangeable dance. You can do anything. You can drum and bass to the Hokey Cokey, or you can Hokey Cokey to drum and bass. It's pretty cool, man.
We call it Hokey Pokey.
You're right there, Sarah. Sarah, you're right there. You're right.
Did it look like I said like a laugh? Because Kevin, I'm just going to announce it now at this point. Kevin, you said you were coming in, and I sent you a link. Get your ass in here.
Yeah, I was waiting for Kevin to come in.
I'm teasing.
Because probably when Kevin comes in, actually, I'll say hello and that, and then I'm just going to duck out and take the dogs out. Quick 10 minutes around, 5-10 minutes around the block, just so because the way Alfie's looking at me.
I was going to say, this is going to be a longer one, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't have to be that much longer, but we've been going for 2 hours and 44 minutes. It depends, doesn't it? What, see how the chat room's saying. And And I don't know who's going live tonight. I don't know what's going on.
I sent it in Signal, Kevin. Sorry. Yeah, where was Bernie this weekend? And I can never figure out the Leak Project streaming, so I've never been able to watch it. But
I mean, listen, I'm gonna be honest about. I love Rex, right? I love Rex Bear. I think he's brilliant. I think he's a really nice guy. But I'll only ever watch Bernie. The only reason I'll ever watch him will be to watch Bernie.
that's why I was trying.
I used to watch Rex. I used to
Is that
watch
what it
Leak
is?
Project. I used to watch Leak Project all the time up until the point where I realised that he's still too. I don't know where he is personally, right? I don't know where he is personally, but the persona that he is on YouTube is, yeah, it's sort of entertaining things that I would just never. It's like, yeah, come on, mate. Why are you giving that any energy at all, except to dismiss it and say, yeah, that's a load of bollocks, because he's not ready to let go of the whole space narrative. He's definitely not ready to let go of that. That's why I love Bernie so much, because Bernie's not ready to let go of it, but he can definitely see that there's holes in it. He can definitely see there's holes in that narrative, and it's
Totally. Yeah.
Instead of saying, okay, well, let's just not bother looking there. Let's look here. We can actually do something here, and we can do tests and get results, and we can actually create energy, and we can.
Yes, that's kind of where I see if our community ever has the chance to work together. That's why I see like a huge part of the Magic Treehouse being a part of it being our own lab, our own research facility, and like development as well, making our own energy and our own technology.
The Magic
I mean,
Treehouse.
some of us have the capability, and I'm not super well trained, but it's like I grew up around my brothers building computers. Obviously we have people who understand circuit boards and are building their own free energy devices as it is right now. I think that this is something.
There's quite a few, but you can take what's already there as well. Like, for free energy too, you can get a few motors and get some weights going, so you can get some flywheels going, and you can make it just straight out of that.
Get a big flywheel, big, huge, heavy flywheel, and it's amazing because you can then use that because you only need the tiniest amount of power to keep it moving.
You've hit the nail on there. You know Ed Leeds Scarlet. You know Ed Leeds Scarlet. You know that stone that he. You know that Ed Leeds Scarlet.
Kevin, mate, hey, dude, I think you need to put your earphones on.
Hold on.
Yeah, we're getting a massive echo back there, buddy. I think that
the entrance gate, the door that he did, that massive big stone, and it was so well balanced that you could just push it with a finger and go in.
Yeah.
Giving them away right there,
That's how they work. That is how they worked. Their science was all about balance, man. They understood how to balance and how to displace and how
important that is.
Yeah. So, Kevin, Calistoga, refried. Kevin, how you doing, buddy?
Hey.
Yeah, great chat.
Oh, you're really muffled, bro.
Yeah, I tried to get my camera going. It's not working, so you just have to, visualize through the image there.
It's like the heart beating thing. It's like it's quite hypnotic a lot of the times as well. It's like, am I really looking at that?
Daisy. Give me an answer.
I made that out. I don't know if it's just my
I know I'm the same way. I'm sorry. It's like, it sounds like you're in the bathroom kind of, but like in the back corner a little bit.
It sounds like you've got your hand over the microphone.
Sounds like you're in the tub in the bathroom with a blanket over you.
It's no better now?
That's a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe it's my microphone.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Nope,
reset.
Device not connected.
Reset. Sometimes that works. I love saying that word, reset, like this, like doing a real reset.
Is this better now?
Oh, that's way better.
Yeah,
way better.
Okay, perfect.
So how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Have a sip of coffee.
Oh, do you know what? I still haven't. Oh no, I've run out. That's why. That's why I haven't made one. Bloody run out.
Yeah, so I was just talking in chat to people. I've like I don't know, I started on psychedelic mission when I was young. My sister's boyfriend was one of the first people that I smoked cannabis with. And he was really, you know, when I first met him, he was just kind of like I didn't know this kind of character yet, but he was sort of like a merry prankster, kind of like you know, just crazy, coming up with these pranks to pull on his friends and having me be a part of it. And it was like really comical, but really out there, you know, and I didn't really understand what was going on. And now looking back, I know he was tripping on acid, and he ended up tripping on acid and being in his bedroom, and he had locks on his doors because he was dealing acid. And his parents tried to open the door, and he didn't respond, or he started freaking out. So they ended up breaking down the door, and then he was in a complete panic, and they take him to the hospital. And that was the beginning of the end of his life as a normal human being, because they immediately put him on all kinds of drugs. Now he's sort of like lives semi-independently, but he has to be looked over because he's just, you know, in you know, whatever, chemical handcuffs. And when that happened, I was just like, oh, that he was a good guy. There was nothing wrong with him. And so that kind of drove me further into looking at the nature of psychedelics. And the first thing I found out was that they were used, you know, the first thing I found was in my school library, and it was about I'll forget his name, but the guy who was working for Lilly, I think, and he was like going into South America for rubber. And he ended up meeting these people in Oaxaca who used the mushrooms as part of their spiritual path. And so he kind of like went down that botanical path and started learning about. So I was like, whoa, wait a tick. They're telling us, on one hand, they're taking us in this room and showing this movie about Art Linkletter's daughter jumping off of a roof when she was high on acid because what happened to her as a child, you know, like they never talked about that. But for some reason, this rich guy's daughter had been high on acid and killed herself. And so now it was like, this is terrible poison, but they don't tell you anything about the roots of, you know, the ethnic use of botanics and its root in spirituality. And, you know, the deeper you go down that rabbit hole, the more you find it's completely interwoven. Like, you know, they basically took away the psychedelic connection because that's everybody's root connection to spirit. You don't have to have faith. Faith is what they gave you to replace your experience. You shouldn't have faith. You should have experience, you know? You know, I mean, as a child, before you go somewhere and your parents are telling you about a lake you're going to go to in the summer, that's the kind of faith it's okay to have until you get there and see it. But as far as our connection to our spirit, that is something that is like the most vile of sins, is to stand in the way of that. And
it's faith before it's real. You know, it's faith before it's knowing, and then
right,
it's no longer faith anymore.
Right, but in a way that whole thing, that whole paradigm has been turned into poison, because it's basically a barricade for people now for their actual connection, which will tell them their actual truth, not somebody else's determination of the truth that they think that they should have for themselves, you know, or the faith in I don't know what my truth is because it's not for me to know. But it is for each and every one of us to know. You know, it's not. It's a mystery because they've taught you it's a mystery.
And religion, like the Catholic religion, demonized it.
That's the other thing. It's been demonized as well.
Yeah.
So it's a scare tactic to actually get you away from it, literally, as well. It's like, don't look here.
But I did continue to read until I had exposure, and then one of the first psychedelics I was exposed to was nitrous oxide, which is actually hallucinogenic. And I ended up
a lot of high school people. That was a common thing for people to be using that recreationally.
Yeah, I
like
ended
the
up
audio
meeting
distortions that come from that. The audio distortions are crazy.
Right. And it goes deeper. So I ended up with like older friends that had some empty bottles, and I happened to find a source to get them filled. So I was like 16 years old, and I'm like filling up tanks of nitrous. And the first time I filled them up, when I brought them back to the guys, they were both empty because I sat around for like 2 days. And I just went down the hole. And I realize in retrospect that I completely broke that whole illusion that is built around everything, and got to the core of that, behind all the ruse of every single part of what they tell you is a wholesome life, is this machine, which is like this old, really old machine that's made out of wood, almost like a steampunk thing that almost makes music as it's running.
Almost.
And it sounds a little bit like a
funky,
like a hurdy-gurdy. What's that? The
hurdy-gurdy.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what it sounds like. And like I went all the way to these other dimensions on this stuff, and came back and was like, whoa, so that was like the sort of like the beginning of my really deep psychedelic stuff, where I kind of like started to blow off the, a lot of stuff happened to me before that, but that's where, and then I started to take some LSD and fun mushrooms, and actually when I was like 19, I got a High Times magazine, and there was an article about Dr. Shulgin, Alexander Shulgin, and his wife Anne Shulgin, and it talked about them, and it said where they lived, and it was back in the day where you could pick up the telephone and call directory assistance and ask for somebody's phone number, and if they didn't have it blocked, they'd give you their phone number. So I got his phone number, and I called his house, and Anne answered the phone. And Anne Shulgin is she's like a self-trained therapist. She never really got credentials, but she was very, very good therapist, and worked with all of Dr. Shulgin's psychedelic, discoveries, and did a lot of the really groundbreaking work with MDMA therapy. But she answered the phone in this voice that was like so warm, like just like completely inviting, and completely, took me off my center when she answered the phone, because she was like, hello, and I said, yeah, is Dr. Shulgin there? And she's like, who's this? Just like completely interested, like,
You're like, hang on a second.
And I told her, and she's like, "How are you? What are you doing?" You know, it was like,
Yeah.
she was just as interested in me the minute the phone, you know. And so then she talked.
Do you remember when it
me
used
for
to
a
be
little
like
bit,
that?
and he talked to me for a while, and then he gave me his address, and he took my address, and like a week later I got an envelope, a number 10 envelope, and it was as stuffed full, like as many pages as you could get into a number 10 envelope were in this envelope. And it was all these pages of, he published 2 books. One was called Feikl and one was called Thykl. And this was way before that. This was like 1984. And he didn't publish those books until like 88 or something. And these pages that he sent me were the same stuff that went into the book. It was just like, it was the whole pharmacology of a substance. It would tell how long it got you high for, how to make it, and then it gave like 3 or 4 people's reaction to it. And then it'd be the next page. This is the substance. It lasts like 45 minutes. You know, here's the effects. Here's how to make it. And I never really went down that like chemistry road till much later, and I never really went into any, you know, I went that chemistry route with cannabis, you know, and actually when it was legal. So I did some like molecular distillation with cannabis, which was great. To learn that, you know, like most everything I've learned too is I've taught myself, you know.
Autodidactic. That's the way.
I just say I know how to do it because I know I just haven't done it yet. You know,
and when you teach yourself everything, it's not a hard thing. One more thing, it's not a hard thing. It's just like, cool.
I know.
What am I learning
how
now?
to extract DMT from Mimosa hostilis tree bark, which grows. Mimosa hostilis grows here. I know how to extract the DMT from it. I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Do you know how many acacias there are in Australia? There's like 1,000 different species. So many of these, like, it's nothing. Hardly anything's been tested in this sort of way. But
I gotta grab.
I'm pretty
I gotta
silly
grab a
to
drink.
not.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, no, thanks. I'm pretty silly to not. I mean, I have done some mushroom hunting for edible mushrooms, not psychedelic. And like, but Oregon is known because of the rainier climate and the different types of areas we have, and we have hazelnut groves for like truffles and everything. So you can almost find any kind of mushroom here, and definitely psychedelic.
Yeah.
I just haven't. I haven't invested time. I have somebody that I can connect with that can, you know, has access to finding stuff. So
that's all about the time of day for harvesting good psychedelic mushrooms. You've got to do it just before dawn, haven't you? You got to do it just before, like when just before the light breaks, and at dawn. I think. I'm pretty sure Red Eye will be able to confirm for me. Certainly in England, the ones that grow in England, you go out just before dawn. If there's like a mist, it's perfect. You know, it's like, and I think it's around September. September's the good season for it. But again, Red Eye will have to. It is September.
Yeah, there's certain things that, depending when you harvest it and stuff as well, will either mean you actually get something or get nothing as well.
yeah, very
Well,
true.
yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
The time of
It's
year.
sort of like ripe, like grapefruit, right? In a way.
Same as like when Bernie's talking about his moon experiments with his making monoatomics.
Yeah.
And you get the full moon, you get it shitloads.
Do they grow in the pat? Do they grow in the paddies? In the you know,
in the cow poo.
In the cow poo. Look at these guys. Right, I put this on because I've seen this before. The British Army on LSD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's natural versions.
Is still attempted by those.
I love that voiceover.
Oh, the
You know,
old-fashioned
where they do it
voiceover.
in a certain range. Yeah.
Yes, and it's definitely
Yeah.
an extremely
You're
effective
free.
way of getting the message across to people.
Exactly.
It's a very direct
It's so
way.
wonderful to hear.
You have to make sure that your voice is registering up here, which is more in the
Yes.
sort of what's his name? Canadian
Up in the
psychologist.
nasal passage. Yes? Up here.
Up here, somewhere up here. So that you can all
Right
hear
up
me.
here.
You can all hear me, right?
So high.
Yes. That's
perfect.
fantastic.
That was
So
perfect.
that way, everyone can hear me on
Right?
any
Make me a cup
radio.
of tea. Where's my dinner? But this, because one of the things I remember about, certainly with mushrooms, like massively with mushrooms, but it did happen with LSD as well, is the giggles.
Oh yeah.
I may or
When
may
you-
not have any in my freezer.
What
Yeah.
giggles?
Yeah, you can get some like different strains are different with mushrooms. Some strains are very, very giggly. Others are not so much.
These were British. These were the British ones that grew naturally in the fields. We went out, we picked them, went back, and brewed some tea. And I laughed so much that I was in pain. My stomach was hurting for 2 days after.
And your
I couldn't-
cheeks after a long
Oh
mushroom.
God,
your
cheeks,
cheeks are
yes.
sore. Your cheeks are sore from
You're
stretching
like,
those
you
muscles.
sit here like, God,
I
I
already
can't
have that
stop
problem, so you can
smiling.
imagine it's like way worse.
Oh yeah, yeah.
My giggles
Yeah.
get bigger.
It is brilliant though, man. I can remember sitting there and we're all laughing. Nobody knew what we were laughing about, and it started to subside, and it, you know how it sort of starts to subside, and then it's like,
Yeah.
and then somebody just creases up again. Nobody knows why, and then you're all just laughing at the fact that you're laughing. Nobody can remember why you're laughing. You're just laughing because it's so fucking funny.
I used to do that with the kids too. I'd put them on stage and they'd lay with their head on someone else's tummy. And then you do like all of them do that together. And then you just make the first person laugh in that. And it just goes. It's a wonderful experience because you're feeling it. You know, it's not I heard something funny or something as well. It's just the experience of laughing, which is again another detox thing as well.
Because
you know, there's these
you're vibrating, right? Too.
heaps. You know, mentally, our psyche as well. That break where we can laugh at something as well. Remember me saying, you know, when we aware and are conscious in the moment, we go, I was just angry and I was a dickhead. And we laugh at ourselves in that way. When we come from that angle, that perspective, and when we can see a lot of things through that lens, we can bring it back. We can take the seriousness away from it and look at it afresh. So there's limitations have gone, beliefs have gone, and we can look at it afresh as well. So again, this is an opening of, you know, a detoxing, an opening of expression. You are gaining more expression if you keep it. I mean that's the thing with the longer ones as well, like doing like a 3-day, like Kevin's saying as well. It's like when you're in that for like 2 days or something as well, you're in that space long enough to observe it enough to have this difference and similarities between what I'm experiencing now and what I'm experiencing before, and the feelings and all of that sort of stuff. So you can load it into the physical body or the conscious awareness of the body, you know, so we can come back to those moments really quick as well. It's like through.
So, Brian, bad trips. Right? In 2015, bad trips come from inside you. If you have a bad trip, it's because of what's going on inside you. Like we were saying earlier, when you do your hallucinogenics
my
and
experience.
psychoactive drugs, it brings out what's deep inside you. So in 2015,
and environment though, because I was in an environment that I should not have taken it, and that
especially the state you are in now, in the moment. So if you're in a negative state, low vibration, you're probably more likely to have a bad trip.
2015. I'm on the streets. I'm on the streets in Fuengirola, and I've got a friend with me, and the friend had turned up from I don't know where he come from, but he had some acid on him, and we we had enough money that day to get a hostel for the night. So we got a hostel, and we did the acid. And when we started doing the acid, we sat down and we were talking about David Icke and reptilians, and then I was talking to him because I'd been watching a documentary about DMT, about ayahuasca, and about how people face their demons and stuff. And so we're talking about that. And then I did 2.5 tabs. One of the tabs I knew what it was, and I'd done it before, but the other one I didn't know what it was. And
together
that night, I had complete ego death. I had a completely out of body experience. I went to hell that night, but it's not like I went. It was a perception of a level of hell where it was my own personal hell, where I could basically feel all the fear and anguish of everybody around me. Because of where I was in my own, I was on my journey then. I was actually on my journey. It was part of my journey. And I was looking for answers, and so while I was actually tripping, I was freaking out because of what you said, Kevin, about your friend who ended up, his mum and dad busted the door down. He freaked out. He ended up getting dosed up, and that was it. End of the story. So when I was in hell, when my consciousness was there in hell, I knew that was my consciousness that was there, but my body, my avatar, was still sat on the bed, and I didn't know what it was doing because I couldn't feel it. Because when I went like this, or I thought I was going like this, I could not feel my arms. I didn't have any arms or legs. So maybe I was sat there on the bed going like this, but maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was just sat there like. All I could think, my consciousness was not under the influence of drugs. My consciousness was completely fucking sober, knew exactly what was going on. That's why I wasn't scared. It's like I was like, so this is what. But where the fear came was, hang on a second, I'm here. How am I going to get back? When am I going to get back? How long is this going to last? What time is it? Shit. The guy's coming back at 10 o'clock in the morning. He's going to come at 10 o'clock in the morning and knock on the door to give me back my passport for us to leave. He's going to check the room and then we're going to leave. What time is it? What if he comes knocking on the door and I'm still here? What's my avatar going to do? It's going to freak out. Shit. And then and this is me having a conversation with myself, my consciousness, having this conversation. I was shouting at myself. I was saying, so you're dickhead. You fucking dickhead. Now what's going to happen? He's going to come to the door. You're going to freak out and I'm going to be stuck here. You're going to get carted off to a fucking thing. The police aren't going to give a shit. They're going to put you into a mental asylum. They're going to dose you up so high. I'm never going to find my way back. And you might be stuck in a fucking Spanish asylum for the rest of your life, you silly prick. And that's what the whole. That's all I remember. Like,
it's funny you're going to be stuck in a mental asylum. It's like
not me.
You would.
You, your ego, your prick, your body, you fucking it. I call
your
it
body
it.
will.
I call it it now. The ego is it's more of an it. I try not to identify. Yeah.
It's funny because I've
the
thought
old
about
can I come back?
Yeah.
Right?
What?
When your consciousness is separate from the body because of something that is like you didn't control or you didn't do it yourself, where's the way back? But it's also a natural state that we're unaware of. Where it's not natural at that point. It's very jarring, and you go, "How can I go back? Am I stuck here?" And again, that's the fear comes in when you're stuck. You feel stuck and blocked.
That was the.
And it's like in those moments too. I can say that faith, if you do have some faith. Because, after time you go, I'm always caught, you know, what catches me is myself, my real self. That I'm always, if I let go, I'm always caught. There's always, you know,
your true self.
Yeah.
I
You're
think
always
I'm
fine.
actually, and I think I'm actually stuck because I'm being forced to face and not wait for something to help relieve the next step or the last step of my healing is really how I see it. It's that I need to deal with it. And once I do, then I will be unstuck. So it's like, I know now what I have to do to get there. I already knew it. I was already
You're
getting
already
there.
in the process of becoming unstuck as well.
And
There's things
also,
that are already dissolving. Like
giving myself grace as far as that I've been in preparation for the last 2 years and also in healing with, like, especially my parents. That's why I'm living with them right now. Like, I realize that, you know.
I mean, yeah, remember the thing, like what always sort of interrupts the process, or you have to become patient, is this thing like it's you know, it's pain under pain under pain or whatever. So, you know, it might be this one, but you can't get rid of this or release this until this is let go. And then I can work on that and stuff. And that's where the patience is like, why can't I? Yeah, because it's this, that, that had to happen. For now, I understand why I can deal with this now, and boom, boom, boom. So there is a whole lot of patience there in that sort of situation.
Yes.
But when you're aware of it and you go that, I need to exercise patience, that's also when you can go, you know, I can enjoy this. I can enjoy the journey and the process because I know where it's going as well.
You know what? That's one of the things that I've appreciated the most, is the ability to be more patient. To be able to just go.
Biggest lesson.
When you're ready. When you're ready, man.
Let it happen.
Let it happen naturally. Don't force it. If you've got to force it, don't bother.
Because that's the thing, like patience with ourselves, you know, and that's that love you're talking about too, where you got to love yourself. So you've got to have patience with yourself. And if you don't have patience with yourself, how are you ever going to have patience for someone else as well? Which was a massive problem for me. It's like, why can't you just? I've got to wait for you to. Like, it's that thing too, where they've got to unblock this before they see what you're fucking talking about.
Yeah.
You know, but you've already laid a seed there that when that does happen, that's going to happen a lot easier, or will happen automatically and stuff as well. It's like miracle moments for people.
Kev, what was that? Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I wanted to say this. Well, it's kind of going back to bad trips. Is that's sort of like, okay, so within yourself you have work to do. Everybody has their own personal work to do, and so for me, that the mushrooms would always reveal. I would always, you know, be revealed. And at the same time, I would know what to do. You know, there was always a solution. It wasn't like out on a precipice with nowhere to go.
No.
It was always just like
without effort.
Because there's definitely healing with that.
Without
There's
effort.
definitely some kind of wiring of the brain that happens when you take that, like that, because they know that now. That's what we're getting at. You know, that's the studies. That's what I get at with Oregon, and why starting potentially a healing center here, exploring that even more with experiments. Can you imagine if we had ways to measure the frequency in a cathedral setting while you're on that?
Right. But so I want to keep going though. So I'm not perfect.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm not perfect though. And so sometimes, even though I would get like the perfect path to solve my problem, I wouldn't do the footwork like as quickly as I could, you know. And then I would go back to the cup, you know, for another drink, because a lot of times when you have the access to psychedelics and you're on a path, you're on with other people, and you start to do it like as a group gathering or whatever. And so then when I went back into it and I hadn't done the work that it was clear for me to do, then everything would ramp up. Like that reveal wouldn't be as pleasant. And I would start to go down with, you know, that it was, you know, a fail, that I had failed, you know. And so that, to me, part of that is, that's what bad trips are. People don't really talk about the details of what they had. You know, there can be scary stuff, you know, But a lot of times the scary stuff also has to do with something very personal with you.
There's a perspective here as well, you know, too, because it's like you can identify it as a bad trip or not as well. It's like I put myself through a bad trip. I put myself through imagining all these spiders over me to get rid of that phobia. I made a bad trip, but because in the intent and the perception I had at the time of I'm doing this to heal, right? I'm doing this to actually get rid of a nonsense thing. So putting myself within a bad trip, then it's a completely different experience. You know, it can be horrible, but you know it's good for you.
Mm-hmm.
So you keep going, and that's kind of the thing with like I can say I've never really had a bad trip.
Well,
but maybe it was that perspective as well. So when things were a little bit
maybe
whoa,
the bad trips are actually the best trips.
it's ripping the fucking Band-Aid off, right?
And to me, I feel like the whole planet, we resonate with the whole planet and everybody on the planet. And we've all been since we're children exposed to the truth. And when we get on the psychedelic, which pulls down some barriers which we've had to hide what we know, a lot of people, when they get that all at once, it's too much. They don't want to know that it's real. And so basically they classify it, they put it on the shelf as it's a bad trip. It was all this stuff that wasn't real.
Yeah.
But if you go hard enough,
don't want it to be real.
I had experience with someone who had been exposed to some hardcore trauma, and they had been in denial of it for years. And they woke up and they decided they wanted to heal with psychedelics. And they ended up doing a large dose of LSD. And when they did that, all of a sudden they were getting these very, very clear images from their past and seeing it in clarity and having these like verbal, oh my God, that's real. And then vomiting up, you know, because the trauma was physically, you know, it had been impacted for so long physically that it was really.
I've just got to take these dogs out, guys. I'm just going to drop out for a second and take these dogs out around the block.
Okay.
Right,
look at that too. I mean, that's you've got like a massive dose. If you take a massive dose, and then you do something like microdosing, so you're doing it over a longer period. So the same sort of effect, but it's going to take you 6 months or something.
Right.
You know, it's like ripping the Band-Aid, or do you want to really slowly, just gently, calmly, and staying in?
And in that situation, that was followed up by intravenous ketamine therapy. There was a long way to go, but that definitely
ketamine's interesting in itself as well.
Yeah,
because that's as when I sort of see it as an out of body, like you're being sort of thrown out of body.
Right, but even at low dosages, it's not even that. Like I found out about it for PTSD, and I've had PTSD in car travel for a long time because I've been in some really bad accidents.
Mm-hmm.
And I was living in LA and I had to drive in the traffic to go to work every day. And I found out about this like low dosage ketamine. So I actually did like insufflated in pure like saline, like 10 milligrams, which is really small dosage. And all that did was clear that trauma away. That's basically all it did to me. And I felt great, but it wasn't euphoria. I wasn't euphoric.
Again.
I was just relieved.
You can detach from it.
And completely focused on driving. Like I was, you know, it's not safe travel on, you know, in the freeways around LA. So I felt a lot safer behind the wheel.
With the focus.
Yeah. So it's coming more into practice too, because I have a spinal injury and I went to pain management for the first time the other day. And I heard I heard the nurse talking to the guy as he was coming in, did that ketamine help? And so then I said to the doctor, I'm like, you use ketamine? And he's like, oh yeah, we do oral ketamine for neuropathic pain.
Mm.
So they had been giving me gabapentin, which I don't like, but it does work. So when I'm in a lot of pain and I haven't been sleeping well for a long time, I'll take it. But it gives like bad nightmares. And one of the side effects, it's like you look at a lot of these drugs that have the side effect of suicide shouldn't be allowed to be sold.
That's that irony of the quitting
Antipsychotics.
smoking medication. I forget what it's called, that came out, and it was very, very effective, but it caused it was a high chance of suicidal.
Oh, they put me on Cymbalta for pain, right?
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Oh man, and I thought it was great, but I'm living in Canada and I'm getting it from the United States, and my prescription was coming through customs and it got held at customs, and I was almost out of pills, and so I started looking online, and I'm like, holy shit. I read into it, and it was like they tested that stuff in Terre Haute, Indiana, and during the trials, like a 20-year-old girl who was a college student that was in the trials, who had no prior mental history, hung herself with her shoelaces when they rapidly withdrew her from it during the trials. And I went, what in the F? So what? They probably got rapid approved. They probably brought that right up to the front of the desk, and the FDA probably said, oh, sell that stuff. Yeah, and they were giving it for off label. I wasn't even using it for depression. I was using it for chronic pain.
A whole bunch of stuff.
And it worked. It worked great.
Yeah, they're using. It's really interesting, and I've seen them use other types of pain medication for depression, or anxiety medication for pain also. Too.
Yeah, I mean, it's an energy and an energy pathway, and all they do is block these pathways. So yeah, you get some temporary relief, but that energy's got to go somewhere as well. And it's like when that blockage it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
There
is a point though.
So it's always a raising of the dosage as well. So all of these medications, it's because it's not working so well anymore. I have to take more. I have to take two now.
Right.
And it's a process, like you're saying, Kevin, to like figure this out, obviously, because it does come down to morale at some point, like when you're not sleeping and because I've seen it, but obviously I don't think that we're always approaching, we've talked about this too, but approaching how it's not just about like getting to the core of the diet, it's getting to the core of the lifestyle. Like, and they used to talk about it, and this is something I always talk about. One of the first doctors I ever worked for, he used to have on his intake questionnaire, do you feel like you're in need of a good tonic? Like that was an old thing that they, the doctors used to ask you, as well as, when's the last time you danced? When's the last time you sang? That whole thing, stop smiling.
I never really get too much into diet. There's some things that are fairly universal, but when it comes to food, it's that's per person sort of thing, or per the individual, and where they are and all of that sort of stuff as well. But there's a lot of stuff before that can be done.
But they don't recognize
the one you're eating too much.
Stress. They don't recognize stress in the system. What they do is they do evaluate the family lifestyle.
Oh, you're stressed. Here's a pill for the stress.
Yeah, but they don't
carry on stressing. Take this.
Yep, and enabling as well. Like what more or less what they're trying to do is just assess the access they have to give them these medications, to get them, to spend this money XYZ. Yeah.
But one of those drugs, one of those pills leads to a whole bunch of other ones as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the inevitable profit plan they
have. And that's what I saw. Yep. And my sickest patient I say had a list long or two pages long of medications. And what was happening was they slowly but surely were getting less and less mobile. They were slowly but and I'll never forget, I had this, 93
and more things. Now I have this. I'm looking for another pill. So the list is now 11.
So today I had to educate the plasma center where I give blood. I started giving blood like 5 weeks ago, And something I noticed after my very first donation was I got a pimple. You know, I mean, I get pimples occasionally, so it's just like, oh, bummer, I got a pimple on my nose. Then next time I get an injection, wow, I notice now I got another one. All are kind of the same area. Then the next time, like within hours, I get it. So I call them and I'm like, hey, is there any possibility that there's anything there I'm exposed to that could cause this? And they're like, no, nothing. So I'm like, huh, I don't know what it is. So I start washing my face better. You know, I think, well, when I'm gardening, maybe I'm exposing myself to something. I go for my next one, boom, like I could feel it come, you know? And so I'm like, all right. So I had this doctor's appointment and he looked at it and he says, oh, that's rosacea. I'm like, rosacea? I've never had anything like that. So I went to the internet and I put down iodine, rosacea. I came right to an article that says, what is the role of iodine in acne? Well, come to find out, when they're in a clinical study and they want to make somebody have an outbreak, what do? Give them iodine. That's a trigger. And it was like they didn't know this. The people that actually are putting on iodine people. And I'm looking at this girl that's one of the blood people over there, and she has acne really bad. And I'm like, are they uneducated? Are they just and so today when I went and I told them about it, they had me go talk to the nurse, and the nurse was this young nurse, and I told her and she's like, yeah, most people don't know about that. And initially they said because of the reaction, I said I had a reaction to the iodine that would have permanently disqualified me from donating. So she talked to a supervisor, and because the doctor had said I had rosacea, they just put that down and they stopped using iodine on me. And I had nothing today. I was fine today. You know, they have an alternative. You know, and yet they know that does that, and yet they use it on people because they know that does that. So that's why topical iodine is most likely given out to people, because that will trigger other things that are good for different members of the medical community. So iodine is good in our diet, but you get that through like seaweed. You know, you don't poke yourself with some iodine, or, you know, put a bunch on the surface of your skin when you have an open wound.
Betadine and
yeah, there's things that are just as good for cleaning. Alcohol.
Well, honey.
Yeah.
Raw honey. You want it to heal.
I'm telling you that I go swear at your own doctor. Don't talk to me.
I don't have one. So I am my own doctor. I'll swear at myself.
I tell people to swear to their doctor, not talk to him.
Go to a doctor if you want to be doctored.
What the F? Well, right now I can't work, and I haven't been able to work for a long time. So I'm going through the process of.
You've got the time to.
So I've got to go through the system so they can look at me, and they're like, "Holy heck, you're broken." I'm like, "Yeah, you know, I'm not broken. I'm just."
And lower back as well.
I've had a failed fusion for 20 some years, so it's kind of like, you know, it is what it is. It's my body. And here's the thing is, like, when I fell to my death in 92, right? I fell off the bleachers. My body got crumpled. Then I ended up 90 degrees around the Coliseum in lotus position. I didn't get any injuries from that fall, but I didn't solve any injuries from it's like I got the exact same body I had before I fell, which means the body I have is perfect. It's not supposed to be a different way, you know? the frequencies, the way they're being modulated through my spine are just right. Apparently, I have just the right amount of pain, which is not very much right now. I've got cannabis, I've got, you know, food, I've got friends.
Yeah. So little things.
Yeah.
It's about
Weed,
morale.
like,
That's what I was getting at too.
you know, there are those things because milkweed or lettuce weed, that's everywhere, and that's one of the strongest natural pain relievers. Or cocaine weed.
Oh, we have a bunch of milkweed.
Poppy weed, they call it in China. Yeah.
We have a ton of milkweed.
Yeah.
Well, and
so
this is
make
what I
a
was talking
tincture
about.
out
I
of that.
was taking a series of I
Topically
just
as
found
well.
it the other day too, of Chinese herbs, and one of them is actually dried flying squirrel poo. When I researched it, and it actually targets blood flow specifically related to female cramping. And so with acupuncture and this, it's called Cordalis 5 is the mix, and it works beautifully. It's done wonders. And that's one thing, Kevin, have you ever gotten the chance? And I know, you know, obviously it's usually out of pocket, so you know, it's not an easy thing to I talk about it, but it's like, I understand it's not an easy access. But acupuncture, you know, especially for your back. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've tried. I'm
actually, I
assuming you
went to
have.
school. I started to study acupuncture to do myself, but I didn't really complete enough of it to do it. And I've had it. I'd actually cured gallbladder problems with acupuncture when I was like in my 20s and never had them ever since. But I was having like full on attacks, and I did some like olive oil flushes on the way to a rainbow gathering, and then when I got to the rainbow gathering, I got acupuncture, and then boom, I never had another attack ever.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and my family's prone to it. Like my sister just had to have her gallbladder taken out or something a little while ago. But it's dietary mostly, I think, for the most part. Hereditary means you ate the same thing your parents ate, or you drank the water out of the same well. Your
Yeah.
whole, you know, your whole town is polluted with the same water.
There is some memory as well. There is memory, sort of like the previous life sort of stuff as well.
Oh,
when
yeah.
someone clearing that's like a hangover memory sort of thing.
Right, but those things
can
are
be cleared
supposed
as
to be
well.
there,
It's
too.
like
Those things are like triggers to wake you into this life, to remind you of that life, to remind you why you came to this life, or however.
yeah, and gives you detachment as well.
Oh, so you dovetailed into this story about psychedelic squirrels, psychedelic flying squirrels. So my best friend Mike, who passed away, he was one of my early psychedelic friends, and he had an apartment, and there was like some kind of a hole where this flying squirrel was getting into the apartment, and so he would take a little tiny sliver of blotter acid and put it in some cheese. And this flying squirrel, which you couldn't really see it. It would come in and it darted so fast, it was just a blur, right? And so he fed it this psychedelic cheese, okay? So after about like 45 minutes, the squirrel comes out. Now it comes out into the middle of the room and stops. And they're just sitting there like smoking weed or whatever. And it stops and it just starts looking around at people, right? And it would like run up to people and like look at them, you know? And I was there once when the squirrel was high on acid, and it ran and it came right up to my foot. And I swear I almost jumped because he was running full speed, you know? And then he just got to my foot and he stopped, and he's just like looking at me in the eyes, and he's like shaking, like, man, this is a heavy dose, you know, like, you know, and then presumably then he would leave after a while and go out and probably be flying around and being like, hey, I can fly. Whoa, I can fly. And then he'd come down and be like, oh man, I'm a flying squirrel. Of course I can fly, you know. But eventually the squirrel became a pet. It got so comfortable around, they were hand feeding it stuff. They had like a little roost thing. It stayed in the house over the winter and all that, just became a pet. So,
bonding.
so there is something about, I think they MK Ultra'd that squirrel.
Yeah.
He forgot he was a squirrel. He thought he was a hippie, just like, you know, height challenged hippie.
Oh man,
Life at the
Brian,
party
maybe you
too.
can use some of that energy to harness some healing. Is
So
just
I'm
envision
sorry, that
yourself as
probably
a flying squirrel
would
and
have been a
LSD.
good source for flying squirrel poop.
You
They
sort of-
probably
I know.
were-
Can you
they were
imagine?
sitting on a gold mine.
That's-
If they would have known some Chinese people, they could have been making big bucks.
You guys, you talk about like really healing you. I mean, put that in your coffee.
I can see people in the chat room right now looking up how much that squirrel poop is, you know, worth, and
Yeah.
you know, can I buy a
$1,000.
flying squirrel online? And
I'm gonna. It's that
Squirrel
medication
snipers
or that
on it.
those
Flying
herbs
squirrel
are a little. I
farm.
actually don't. I'm not using them because those herbs are a little expensive. I'm trying to just use Reiki at the moment. But I'll go find it. I'll show you guys because I actually got it specially like mixed from one of those places.
I lived
If you've
in
ever
China.
had Chinese herbs,
I lived
There's a
in
bit of
Shanghai
there's a
for like 5 years. So
in China.
yeah, in Shanghai.
Wow.
And so in the markets there'd be people with like snakes in bottles, and like, oh, in Beijing there was all the things to eat like that you wouldn't think you would eat, but as far as that Chinese medicine goes and odd type things, they definitely are into that. But I do know they work. Like when I was there, I tried some of the like concoction that they give for like male virility, and that stuff actually affected my vision. Like, it was weird. It made things look gold. Like I got a gold, like how mushrooms do, give you a color haze. Well, this was just like a mushroom thing, but it was golden. Things just had a golden haze. And, that could have been like the effects of some of the herbs. But I do know ginseng is an amazing herb for
heaps of stuff. Heaps of stuff, ginseng.
Yeah, heaps of stuff.
One of those miracle ones.
But there are also things to avoid when you're young. Like young people will read that stuff and they'll start taking these strong herbs, and you don't want to do that because you'll like tolerance. Talk about tolerance. You want to.
They are stimulants as well. They're stressors.
Right. And you don't want to put them in before the time, because then you're going to end up at the time that they're needed. They won't really work for you. So like, we're ginseng age. We're not deer antler age.
Yeah. Deer balls.
Yeah.
That's later. Yeah.
We're still young pups.
Definitely. We're on squirrels now.
Yeah.
So chat's moving slow, man. I gotta put my bloody fan back on. I'm sweating.
Yeah, it's pretty balmy here. It rained last night, and it's about like 89 degrees or 85 degrees and 90% humidity.
Wow.
It feels about 85-90% humidity here. It's like, ugh.
That's the one thing I don't miss about the Midwest.
We've got a Kalima right now, so we've got heavy dust clouds from Africa. The flying squirrel.
I had this is my herbal mix. And I can't remember what the herb is called that it is, and that's what I was trying to find. And I have a sheet with the ingredients.
How do you spell herb?
H-E-R-B.
H. So it's herb?
It's weird how Americans pronounce it herb. It's really, really weird. I always thought, and also,
well, it's Midwest too
as well. The way a lot of Americans say auntie. Auntie,
yeah, auntie. Yeah, I say, I'm Auntie Sarah.
My girlfriend used to say I used to
also
do that
YT.
for her.
You used to do what for her?
What this squirrel poo does.
Little abdominal swelling. You put me into knots.
So what are we talking about? Since I
So
got
could you
back-
just take regular squirrel poo and throw it?
Yeah.
Turn it into flying. Yeah.
I mean,
Does
you
it
know,
ha- I
it's
mean,
kind
does
of
it have
vague.
to be-
It just mean
Lick it off the walls, because
you just need to
I don't
catch it mid-flight.
Flew. Yep.
Or do you
As
have
long as
to
it
throw
has
the
flown.
squirrel?
like
Maybe
popcorn. Like I
if you-
just take like little bits and you just
No, if you throw the squirrel and just get the squirrel to crap.
Or
while
just
you're
take the
flying.
squirrel poo on a plane.
or just like
Yeah.
aim it.
Scare the squirrel shitless.
Again, you'd
Where
need to
is
take
While
the
it's in the air.
squirrel. You'd need to take the squirrel on the plane so that it is actually a flying squirrel.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oh.
sure.
Gotta-
I'm pretty sure.
It's got to have a shit in that
I'm
time.
pretty sure
for
if you
sure,
dropped
one
a
flight.
squirrel out of a plane with a parachute on and some kind of a device to catch the poo, you'd have some when he got to the ground.
Well, you
Just
need
order.
So
Just order
mile-
a squirrel
mile high
and do it overnight shipping, so it goes on the
Right.
plane. You're gonna have some shit with it.
Feed her lots of nuts.
You know, in
before
this
it comes
market,
in.
there's some counterfeits going on. Okay, it's really hard to check your source.
Human
This is where
shit.
you want to know your dealer.
Cannibalism.
okay?
Yeah.
We come back around to cannibalism. Fantastic.
Actually, well, because it was. I'm
In
thinking
this
about
show, we
things
try
you
full
buy on the
circle.
internet and stuff. I want to get into this bottling up farts and selling for 25 grand a pop.
You think there's a market? You think you can sell your farts for cheap?
Well, there is that bird, isn't there? There's that girl that's been lauded everywhere.
I
She's
mean, all you
selling-
need is a
selling her
good
farts.
avatar. You really
It doesn't
don't.
smell. There's no smell. It's amazing.
No, my farts stink, man. I wonder. See, I could maybe bottle mine and sell them to Raytheon or something.
Oh. DARPA. Yeah.
Wow. Just wow.
Yeah.
Depends what I've been eating.
Aromatics. Aromatics. Just use that in the word somewhere, and it's scents. Because don't you need the whale vomit sort of part of it? You need that little bit of disgusting smell.
What's it called?
Smell.
It's
So you think these people are actually have
aspergil or something?
like chemistry setups, and they're actually taking these beautiful ladies' farts and somehow doing some kind of organic chemistry and turning it into the world's next Chanel. Number.
It's called
I don't know,
recycling.
Farnell.
But that bird definitely exists. The one that that bottles her farts, she definitely exists, man. I'm gonna
Channel number 2.
I was wondering if they were using it for free energy.
2 seconds.
Do you know what? There is somebody that is composting human waste to use to for the gas.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a very new concept. I think it's
But that's free energy,
No,
as I said.
the cows with the machines in them. You guys have seen that, right?
Yeah, I used to be involved in some
Cows with machines in them. Is that what you just said? You've seen
Yeah,
the cows
pull it
with
up.
machines in them.
Yes. They to harness their farts to try to make energy. I will show you this fucked up imagery. Yeah.
Wow.
They've got
I know they've put them in virtual worlds now.
Fart balloons on their butts.
Basically, if you've got a nice rack, you can bottle your farts up, and some sick
my
twats
God.
somewhere will buy them.
This is an actual
Right.
thing.
I'm pretty sure you can just buy a model's picture and then sell that picture's farts.
How much can I charge? How much can I charge if I
Well,
make
I
it look
wonder.
like
I wonder if you pay extra, do you get to see her fart in the jar, and label it so you know that the jar that you got, that you
What
saw
about big
her
acids?
actually fart it out. You know?
Well, if they're going to pay a lot of money for that, you can hire like artists, fartists.
Fartists.
I suppose if they're going to pay 35 grand, six
For the money
figures for
shots.
selling farts in a jar. Yeah. Who's buying it?
Quit your job.
And I don't mean who's buying the farts in a jar. I mean who's buying
smelling
the story.
Obviously, they get them home and they like, oh, I'll keep some of that. Like, what are they?
Is it a
Or
sexual
do you just
thing?
keep it on your
Do
shelf?
you think they're sat there
Celebrity
knocking one
fart,
out
no.
while they do it? Is it a sexual
Can
thing?
you sign your fart for me,
Yeah, but
please?
It's better when it's aged. You gotta let it sit for a while. You gotta let it age.
Well, it's like, is it like
Let's
cannabis?
take a poll. Let's take a poll in the chat. What's more stupid, farting in a jar or buying a fart in a jar?
Buying for me, like,
Or-
if you've fallen,
Or believing that this girl sells her farts in a jar for 6 figures.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I mean, you know.
So she says farts in a jar. So it's obviously multiple farts we're talking about, not just one fart, isn't it?
It needs to be, doesn't it? I mean, I'd
$100,000.
want to take her to the you know, on descriptions, trays and descriptions. Like because she's if she's saying there's farts in a jar and she's only putting one fart in there, you know.
Refund.
It'd be funny to do like a pseudo expose on a girl selling her farts on the internet and how she goes to some seedy back alley and there's this guy back there eating tacos and chili dogs. And he's got like a case of farts giving them to her in the alley.
She's just
This
got
was a
some
good
deal
day.
going. Yeah, she's got
This was
some
a good
deal going
day.
with a homeless guy, just like prime with beer and tacos, and
These are my
I'm
taco
ill.
farts.
and
I feel ill.
Yeah, they're marked.
Chipotle, man.
No.
These are my beans.
The little
There's my
flaming
bean fart.
smiley face.
So I like where this conversation's gone.
Yeah, it really did. We have to thank Sarah for bringing it here. She brought us here.
I just mentioned
We can
an herb.
save it.
You guys took it. I mean, come on.
I do see that as free energy. Like I, you know, here it's like we have sewage, and so we have these sewage ponds or whatever, and they stink.
Oh, God.
This is where the showgrounds are too, so it stinks. And I always thought, like, I was trying to work out like power, like easy ways to get power. This was when I was very young as well. And I was sort of working out like what's the most efficient sort of way where it's like you're taking away work so that, you know, you set up a system that just keeps giving and stuff, and you're just maintaining a system. So it's very easy to maintain. And I always thought it's like the biodigester, because you're taking the sewage out to this plane anyway with these smelly lakes, and then it goes through this sitting process. But all you're doing is putting a bag, like putting it with inside a bag, so a stomach, you know, or building a brick sort of cover over it or something. So so it's pressurized, so it can become pressurized to a certain degree. And then heat. And so what's happening is methane, and methane is all your fucking gases. So you can distill methane to be whatever you want, but you can just burn it pure, clean methane straight there anyway. So it's basically just a generator, and you're producing. So the waste that you give to it, because you're producing the waste, you're shitting all the time, and you're giving to the sewage.
Look at
And then
landfills.
that's power.
Landfills have got chimneys, haven't they? They've got chimneys on them, and like the
But
big
they're
ones,
using
they're
them
burning
already.
them. They're burning the methane that's coming off the
Yeah.
I think that they're already harnessing
waste.
old landfills. Like, you know, I think they're already harnessing the energy from that, and they do have a way to break it down. And they've lied to us about that. You know.
Well, there is a method. There is definitely a method that, and there
Yeah.
are a few of these machines out and working, where it's this toroidal sort of thing happening where it just completely disintegrates the stuff in this process, basically, and you can get
I'm
power
sure
out.
they had this in the old world too. Like we look at a lot of these old world cities that have all the tunneling underneath them with shafts going up, and
So I make a case for the pyramids being a biodigester, basically.
Yeah.
Being a lot of things, but that's part of the process of it as well, and that's part of how it functions as well. It does a whole bunch of stuff. But for me, it's like when I thought about that too, it's like you always have waste. You're getting rid of this waste, but you're using it in such a way. It's a power plant basically, and it's that sort of thing with the water as well. So the water going underneath all these places, like these ancient places, cathedrals, all of these places as well.
Did you see Bill Gates drink that poo water?
Yeah.
He's invested in a machine that removes the water from human excrement, purifies
I think I did
into
see
drinking
that.
water. He wants everybody to drink the water from their poo. I actually...
It's like everything has to be processed to, like, how much can we process the shit out of it?
Bear Grylls,
you got to sell that.
Bear Grylls has done a survival thing where he's taken dung and squeezed to get the water. It's just like dung. Don't know what animal it was.
It wasn't his though.
The water out of that to drink.
He
that
did it. I think he did it out of a camel's stomach, like the inside. I thought he like extracted something. He did the whole thing where he like gutted out a goat.
Sorry, then he didn't know. He might have pretended to do it.
Exactly.
He pretended to do it.
That was
and then went back to his hotel.
By the way, Bear Grylls, if you happen to be watching, you're a pussy, mate. Sorry. You're a pussy. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
Les Stroud. You should be watching Les Stroud, Survivor Man, because he went out completely by himself, and he actually would do double shots because he'd set his camera up and film himself walking by himself and then go back to his camera.
Yeah.
But he was truly by himself, and he's got really interesting stories on Sasquatch stuff because you can imagine he has spent so much time out there on his own. But that's a show worth watching if you are gonna.
What's the name again?
It's Survivor Man. He did. I think he
I've
had
seen
his own thing, and he might. And I feel stupid because he probably has a YouTube, and I don't even. I used to watch him like all the time. I used to watch Bear Grylls, and then I realized how. Then all of a sudden I saw Les Stroud's show, and I was like, "Holy crap!" That's. I mean, you can tell production, but it was like really obvious then at that point how produced Bear Grylls, and then it was like, yeah, and then you
Les
found
Stroud.
out. Yes.
Les Stroud.
A lot of this survival sort of stuff came out at the same sort of time. There was this phase through.
Good point.
I always find it funny because I would never think about it that way. If I was dropped out in somewhere, there's no way I would survive. I would think more about thriving. But with that mentality of survival, that's all you're going to do is just survive.
That's true. And his name is Survivor Man, but he's more like his discussion is more about thriving. Where Bear Grylls is the other way. Yeah. Oh,
Thrival Man. But
hey, Rich, we just did it again. We both just posted the same thing at the same time.
Boom, boom.
Yep. All right. Can't get her roll straight.
I better get another coffee, I think.
I'm going to take a potty break, so I guess we'll take a quick break.
Cool. Okay. I guess we will. I'll play a video or something then.
I'm here.
It's gone.
I'm back. I just went out for a smoke.
No worries, man.
Survivor Man.
Yeah, Survivor Man. We've actually. Do you know what I'll do? I'll put that on. We're just gonna take a quick break, dude.
Okay.
Sarah's gone potty, and Callum's making coffee.
I'll see if I can get my camera working.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
But the mic on the camera is what's bad. So I got to see if I can choose the other mic. I should be able to. I'll play with it.
Love this music.
Okay, so here we are again, dealing with the concept of not how to build a certain shelter or what kind of shelter you should make, but where do you choose to be your shelter location when you are stuck in a situation where you're going to be there overnight. This time I wanted to bring us up into the snow. It's days like today that can be so misleading. All of this beautiful, beautiful sunshine. I'm too hot in the clothing I'm wearing. I'm going to be taking some of this off. Because if you sweat, and you know the rest of it. You spend the day out in sunshine like this, and hang on. Future's so bright I gotta wear shades. You're lulled into complacency because it's beautiful. Rule of thumb, of course, is if you don't have to stand, sit down. If you don't have to sit, lie down. If you don't have to be awake, sleep. That's very important in a survival situation, conserving your energy. So the moment I'm going to sit here and catch my breath and think about what it is I want to say about. In this particular spot, I thought, well, I'll just go up into the woods here and take a look at what I've got. So no real reason for choosing this location other than I might be kind of stuck here. So how would I deal with it? Well, obviously I'm looking at quite a steep incline here. The camera won't show it, but it's actually very, very steep. You know, enough that I could toboggan down this hill and have a lot of fun. But a few things to think about here. Right in this spot are these trees. So overhanging and coverage from tree boughs can be a really, really great thing to consider for sure. And in this case, I've got some good coverage. If I was dealing with rain or snow, then having these kind of evergreen, these conifer overhangs is a real great advantage. Obviously in the winter, most of the broadleaf trees, all those leaves are going to be down on the ground. But rock right here, it's still a little bit steep, but I could move some of that snow, move those branches, probably flatten this area out here. This isn't bad, actually. You can kind of see drops way off, gets very steep. So again, all I did in this situation now was I walked about, not more than 100 feet here. So that's great because I can get a fire going, snow to deal with, I should say, and more of a spot where I can get a fire going up against a rock. And there was firewood not that far away either. Was there enough? Well, that's another story, but maybe I would even go so far as to come back to this tree because it's only about 100 yards away, knock that tree down and drag it over to the better shelter location. So again, you want to think about this concept of having working trails.
I need to unmute myself. I need to unmute Kevin. How you doing? Good to see you.
Hey, is my mic okay now?
This is the
back to that weird...
this is bad mic. This is the underwater microphone. It sounds like
Okay,
it's
hold on. Let me see if I can change that.
What's that one? Like that one? Clean off in all five, please. Can we go clean off in all five?
It's more like, it's a bit more like that, really. Right.
Stand clear, doors closing. Stand clear, clear, doors closing.
Check, testing.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
All right.
That's cool.
Cool.
Nice to see
Guys.
you.
I'll turn your mic up, dude.
Good. Why is it so good?
Butter coffee? No.
This is
With
just
goat milk?
straight up latte.
That
I'm having a latte. At 6
That,
o'clock.
that looks like a. It looks like a
Is that
leche
what-
leche.
Is that with your goat milk that you get?
No, this is just a regular bad pasteurized horrible milk. But I will be having my goat milk later, so I can get my bacteria sort of to deal with this sort of stuff.
Have you ever
But,
milked goats?
Hmm?
Have you ever milked goats?
Mm-mm. No, I really want to. I need to do that as part of this whole experience.
Yeah,
I think.
I would suggest pygmy goats. If you think about getting them, they're like the milk from pygmy goats is the best by far.
Are there health issues with the pygmy though? I thought I had heard that they have like sometimes more complications. Maybe I'm here. I heard that wrong.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the ones we had never did, and they're just so cute, and they're small, and you milk them like this. So small
with tweezers,
and their milk is like sweet, kind of sweet. So it's so good for like fruit smoothies. You just like
it's probably
freeze
like
your fruit and throw some frozen fruit in it, and but yeah,
that would be good for coffee.
Is it's good work.
Yeah, that's when I get land. The main thing I want is chicken and goats. Like, I don't really feel like I need any other animals. I mean, I joke about having a herd of elk because I love elk meat, but
I know the goat lady, so I don't. She treats her goats really well. It's like, oh, you're doing it. Do it.
When we went on holiday in Spain and Portugal in the 80s, I remember that they didn't really have cow's milk. There was goat's milk. Cow's milk was really expensive, but they had goat's milk. So on my cereal in the morning, it was goat's milk, and I didn't like that, man. When I was a kid, I didn't like goat's milk compared to.
No, it's got the gamey. It's got a gamey taste to it compared to. But that's why the pygmy goat milk is better because it doesn't have that. Is my video warping out?
yeah, it just started acting up a little bit, but it might be.
Yeah, it's doing a weird sort of glitch.
Hold on.
I've actually
no.
I've got that glitch.
Whoa.
I've got that glitch as an effect in InShot.
Yeah, it's actually going through OSP right now.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Not having it.
I think we were talking about this the other day, Sarah. It's like the eggs too. Like I get my eggs from the goat lady. She's got chickens, and usually people with chickens, they have way too many eggs and they're getting rid of them. It's like great, yeah, and you treat them well. It's a beautiful thing. But also, like, you know, it's a fertile egg. So if worse comes to worse or whatever, you know how easy it is to get a chicken.
Oh, to hatch a chicken.
Like all I need to do is sit on it. Like, you know what I mean? And then you like just with chickens.
I'd like to see that. Can we get some imagery of that?
Just put it in the airing cupboard. Wrap it in a towel and put it in the airing cupboard. Like,
was that?
well, in England, we've got airing cupboards. They're called airing cupboards. It's where the hot water bottle sits. You know, the hot water tank. It sits in the airing cupboard, and then Mum would put all the washing goes in the airing cupboard afterwards to, you know, because it's all nice warm air in there. But yeah, that's what I thought you do. You just put them in, unless you got an incubator. If you happen to have an incubator, then
There's
You could
easy
probably
ways
make
to do
one
this.
pretty easily, I
Yeah,
bet.
yeah. There's easy. If you want chickens, you know, you'll do it. You know.
I mean,
But that's
that's
kind of like,
point.
I'm not thinking even survival like that. That's thrival as well, you know. And it's like, because for me, the egg is such an amazing, like, it's just this package of everything for our bodies and stuff as well. So it's like I've read a lot of anecdotal
Vegans
things
are
too
so
with
man.
yeah, but so like people like on their deathbed sort of thing, and all they've done is raw eggs at a certain point, and then bang, they switch themselves around very quickly. You know, and a lot of that is you can't eat too, because your body's actually getting rid of the stuff, which is good as well. So it's a liquid thing as well. So it's easily digested. So you're actually getting the stuff from the food as well.
I remember.
I have heard stories, sorry, about the vegan thing. I have heard stories from vegans who have had an egg, you know, breaking their veganism with an egg. I mean, the amount of times I hear that is, and it's like an electric shock that hits them. Like I've heard that story a few times from a few different people.
It's the reason I could never be vegan is because of eggs and cheese and milk. I just, yeah, I think I don't agree with the way that it's harvested now, but I don't think that that we're not meant to have it. We're meant to live with the animals.
Yeah, I don't agree with how the way they do things. Of course not. That's why I get Goat Lady, and I know the Goat Lady and her chickens, and we do what we can there. I mean, and a lot of the times it's steps anyway. You become aware. And you go, I know this is bad. I know this is bad. I know this is bad. All right, cool. An opportunity arose for me for this problem to solve itself, usually, because you're just open to it. It's like, I know this needs to change as well. And there's a patience in that as well. Like you can't change everything.
Sorry, yeah, I can just say I can really contest to that, especially now, but like going through the fasting process and because then immediately I could eat these things that normally would just make me feel like crap, right? And I thought, oh, I've got a superpower. But it's funny, just like you said, because it was like all of a sudden that crispy chicken sandwich that I absolutely loved, it was like my treat, no longer actually tasted very good and no longer felt like a treat. And the more and more I cut things out, the more and more bringing it back in, it didn't taste good anymore.
Reconfiguring the brain.
It's like, oh, what is that? Ooh, you know, like immediately can taste that. Yeah, it's really interesting.
But,
so, and now I'm not.
There's something.
Food is not really interesting to me now. Food is not. It feels more of a priority than something I really want.
But keep it that way too. Just because I couldn't have strawberries in this moment doesn't mean that will come back or something as well. It's like allowing change to happen. So it's more of an energetic thing that will, you know, if you're thinking that this is bad for me as well, that's more of a mental.
Yes, when I was drinking beer, because I love beer, right? I would tell myself, this is not bad for me. This is going to help me in this moment for many reasons, not only for relaxation, but for like the yeast properties. You know, I envisioned that when I took it in because I love the flavor. So I wanted to enjoy that. And moving forward, now I want to take a long break, like I said, but now I feel like I can have that one beer and have that same experience. And
then you can appreciate the experience at a new level as well. So when you go, I'm doing this to relax and stuff as well, you go, oh, I actually feel relaxed. I can feel that happening and stuff. It's the same as like
beer is very natural as well. Like,
especially when the monks make it.
You do have to.
That's
you have
good
to brew it.
We have that here. We have monks that make it just up the road. Yeah,
that's
I can go to this monastery brewery. Sorry, you know what? I should go there and film that place. I'm going to do that.
It's a fermentation process, and when it's done right, it's a wonderful. It's you know, there's certain things which are great in small doses as well. It's just like that dosing. It's a dosing thing as well, you know. And if we know that there are poisons within it too, or at least I know that some of this is going to be a detoxing experience. You know, some of this is so your body now knows that as well. Your body, it's like going like, I know there's some bad shit in the air, but just that awareness of having that bad shit in the air, you're connecting with your body. So your body knows what that is when it comes in and goes, oh, yep, sweet. We're both on agreement here. And you'll detox it easier, faster, quicker, whatnot.
With the beer thing,
Awareness.
we're in the UK. I mean, they've got real ales. Real ales are nice. I like real ales, but beer, as far as beer is concerned, I think that like definitely the strongest beers that I've had have been Belgian and like Austrian and German. Their beers are so much bloody stronger than
pungent
UK beer. Really, like almost.
Also, though, like the Indian pale ales, they can be really strong. And stouts,
Stout
yes,
isn't very
yes.
strong. Stout isn't strong. Stout's only
No,
4%.
some of them can be 12%.
mellow.
Some of them can be like a glass of wine. Yeah, and that's the thing here in Oregon. They have all these microbrews, so there's all these people experimenting. I don't really like stouts as much with the flavor.
I like
Even
stout.
they are kind of nutty. You know, I do like a Guinness sometimes, so I shouldn't say that actually.
So I was just looking up this beer. I have a favorite. You can get it pretty much anywhere. It's called Pirat, Piraat, and it's from some brewery in Belgium that was like, it's really, really old. This brewery, it's like one of the oldest businesses that's been in continuous business. But it's like it's a double yeast beer, so it's got a live yeast in it, and it's like 10.7%.
Yeah,
and it's just the nicest smooth beer, and then it finishes so well, like your stomach
I've seen
feels
that.
just perfect. Like I don't get any kind of a weird stomach from this beer.
I think the one I used to drink was called Leffe.
Helps your digestion. We've got the enzymes to help you.
Right, the live yeast.
Double F.
What was that, Rich?
LEFFE, I think.
Oh yeah, leaf. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the one I used to get, man.
I drank that when I was in Holland.
That was
damn
strong.
Oh, a blonde.
It's a cheap beer.
I like
it's
IPAs.
cheaper than water.
What's the one out of San Francisco where they still use steam? Not stream. Steam beers and Anchor Steam. That's what it is.
Oh, Anchor Steam.
And they still use like the steaming process to make it. This is actually their IPA has this grapefruit. It's so good.
How did we end up talking about beer?
I don't know.
I know. Let's stop because we're not really here to talk about alcohol, and I'm actually taking a very long break, so I don't need to be tempted either.
But she did it. I was a full-blown fucking alcoholic, and I can really enjoy.
So, oh no, come on! Sorry, dude. No, that's
hands-free.
It sounded like you're like, you're done.
That was because it was me. I went to take out the screen share. Sarah took it out a fraction of a second before and then when I took it, it was you that was there, and so I took you out, and then I brought you back in, but Sarah brought you back out again, and then.
You guys are just on fire.
We do that.
We haven't quite got that sorted yet.
It's like the 3-card Monty.
Yeah.
You're both gonna do that now and hold off and go.
Yeah.
What you should do is the image in the background. There could be a P underneath one of us, and then you could mix them around, and then you could ask people where the P is.
That would be good. I actually want to do I can do layouts where I could design it to go around us, so I could do that and make it interchangeable that way.
I was looking at doing that yesterday. I was looking at doing I was thinking about using PixArt to do it, and then I realized that InShot actually I could always do it in InShot, and then all I have to do just put pictures on a background and then remove the background.
Remove the squares where our videos are, and you just all we have to do is make a layout for each option. So for this option, which is the full on, which when we have 4 people, you're not going to see it. But when you have 2
Do
people,
you guys not have a GIMP?
A
I
what?
use a GIMP. I bring out my GIMP every time I need to do a photo edit.
A GIMP.
Bring out the GIMP. GIMP.
Nope.
GIMP. Graphical interface, blah blah blah. It's a free open source, but it's it's clunky, right? Like you have to kind of learn it. But once you learn it, it does everything, and it does like cutting out backgrounds the best. Like,
I was
so it's
thinking
like
about this because eventually I don't want to have to pay for like Photoshop.
I've always found it a challenge. Like when people go like this open source, but it's hard to understand. It's really good, but it's a whole learning process. I've never had problems with software and that because it is that I enjoy that learning part of it as well, like learning something.
Well, and it's
like this lighting system that I'm programming for the show. This is the first time I've ever used this software, and I just jumped on. But because I've already know a lot of lighting language and stuff as well, I just went, "Oh, yep, cool. Oh, yep, bang," and then learned it really quick.
What
The
were you
show's
gonna
on
say,
next
Kev?
week. Like, hey,
Sorry, no, Kevin was.
I was saying, like, proprietary software just seems easy because when they sell it with a lot of the features simple. But if you really want to take control of it and really use the software, then you'll have to either buy more training or plugins or all that. So that's it. Either way,
that's your sacrifice. If you just want to
have
do
to
a quick
pay to level up or work to level up.
I eventually
and a lot
want to
of
go
people,
that route
sadly,
because
will fall into that. Like they don't want to put the effort into that self-teaching,
Right.
autodidactic.
And then ultimately, all those people can create is very canned.
Because people feel.
Imagine that in our community, if we
cookie
had
cutter.
that option to create our own software to create it, because that's how we would run or operate certain, systems that we.
I created
too.
I created a bunch of software I needed for tasks that I needed to get done. So I created my own AI systems, basically.
But it's almost like
algorithms.
because we're always working from this subconscious paradigm of lack. Like it's almost like
Many
people think I don't want to put my energy into that. If somebody else has done that and there's a quicker way of doing it, so I don't have to put my time and energy into that, I can.
But that's always there.
It's all that's already been created.
That's always there.
Because time is a commodity, obviously, as well. So,
but I think the same way. Like in the end, I'm taking less time, and I understand it as well. Because a lot of people, like I train coffee as well, so people come to me to learn it, like hire a professional, and I would do that too. But it never came up to that instance of actually hiring a professional, like getting paying for training. For me, it was always like coffee. Like, how I learned coffee was, hey, you made that really well. Show me how you did that. That's the best coffee I've ever had in my life. Teach me how you did that. And so I just helped him out, behind the thing as he showed me. So I was like free labor. So that's the payment there, I guess.
I learned software in the sense that I had to teach myself mini programs because I'd always ask for help. I was my brothers and they were building computers, right? And they're often too busy. So I'd be like, hey, can you help me? And I'd be waiting. So I would just start messing around. And because of that, I started to understand how programs would be written. So where to look for certain things, right? And that's how I'm not an expert. I can't write. I know some code, but I can't write software. It's just that it would be nice because I would use this open source option. I wouldn't I don't want to use Adobe. I want to, this is about us breaking out of that corporate.
I'll tell you, I'll use like 5-6 different programs until I find the one I want to. So I'm not going to invest in something that I'm not sure. So I'll try all these, like even if they're tries, I'll try them and go, right, no, not what I need. Bang, that's what I need. Bang.
I had a similar thing happen to me with coffee, right? I made somebody a cup of coffee and they said to me, man, that is like the best cup of coffee I've ever tasted in my life. How did you make it? And I just said to them, how do I teach you how to love? It's because I'm
all ready to teach anything that I've done because I taught myself. Even to the point of, like, when I think about it, I'm putting myself in front of a fucking class and teaching someone, and there's always someone that doesn't get it as well. I'm like, no, it's simple. It's just this. So when I word it in and I place myself in that environment, and you are it just comes to where you are this natural, amazing teacher, especially for you. Like, you're the best teacher
That's
ever.
the thing. I've
go.
taught myself so many things, and especially guitar being the biggest thing. I'm teaching myself how to finger pick and learning songs by ear and stuff was how I learned chords. And then people saying, "Oh, teach me." I'm like, well, I can only teach you how I taught myself.
But then you have to think about it differently. Then you think about it, and then you learn more about yourself when you do that. So when you're now trying to tell someone else, and you go, oh, wait, and I do this, and then I do, like, when I had to go through how I make a coffee as well, then I had to step it out and go,
how I know a note's wrong.
And I do this to get this right. So people need to know that. It's like things you never knew that you were doing.
That a note's right when a note is wrong, or a note is like.
Or how do you explain a feeling? You give it a good darn try.
Well,
like,
if it's something that's really super complex and somebody's just asking how to get there, you teach them how to take the first steps. And you don't let them get caught up in the difficulties that you're seeing in the fullness of it, you know. Just like you take them to the top of the stairs and you give them a shove.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's like you over confuse them, and they're like, I feel like irritation happens, and then they don't listen,
We all
and
know
then
that ourselves.
so that's really well said.
Yeah.
We all know, like, doing something like, this is what I want to get done. The first step is always the hardest. As soon as you take that first step, then it's open and you're going. So you can just keep going. Like, I didn't have to start up the flywheel and take all that energy to start up that flywheel. When it's going, that's the first step, and now it's going. I can just keep it going.
Right. And do it with love, right? How do you boil water? With love. You know, so whatever you do, just put love into it, and then they can receive that along with what the little bit you're giving them. And
well, that's the full expression.
Yeah,
that's the full package. If you can do that in every moment,
full melt.
Yeah,
I don't
because then it's taken as well. You take all of, like, when someone acknowledges that that's love. You know, this is coming from someone who loves me and a place from love and stuff. Then you take all of it.
Yeah.
You know, all of the information package. We are receivers and transmitters, you know, all at once at the same
Because
time.
if you know if it's coming from love, then you can trust it.
Yep. And it's sort of like what we were talking about, where it to some people it might almost sound harsh. It's something like, Richie, you and I do together all the time, and Callum, you and I were talking about, because you were like, you kind of were apologizing for correcting. You're trying to correct the thought and reverse it, right? Take it but you and I have been doing that to each other, Richie. We'll stop each other and say, nope, it's not that. It's right. And I love that. It's part of that growth.
I do it a lot when, like Richie just said it before, we, you know, that we do this and we do that, because I used a lot of that language, and I had to really catch myself constantly to sort of, you know, because you're putting yourself into a place that you are not as well. Like most of the time,
you know what? But it's
we all do this and we all do that, but you don't.
But it's part of But the thing is, that is all that is kind of trying to not alienate myself from other people. You know,
yeah.
But
there's other ways to say it.
Hey, I'm not doing this
with the same.
You're doing this. That's what
I go. Some people, many people.
Yeah.
Many people have this thing.
Many people, lots of people.
Like you put yourself wherever you belong in that whole thing. I'm not saying I'm not saying you and I have this, which is what you're actually saying with the words. But we might pick it up differently. We have to change it.
The thing is,
to actually see what you're actually saying.
In a sense, though, technically, we are, because this is a collective experience. So technically, in a sense. There is a way that it is we and us, because
But
we are
again,
all
I have detached myself from that collective conscious that you're talking about. Yes, I'm part of the whole, but then there is this group, this whole, which is not part of
there's
this.
two consciousnesses coming up now, isn't there?
It's
Really,
like these bubbles.
the Christ
That's right.
consciousness and the hive.
I'm not in that bubble, but you can see a lot of people in that bubble, and they conform to that bubble. And it's going, well, that's not the consciousness that is me. That's not me. So I can't identify with that. So that's a detachment from that. So you can identify with any little part of that or whatever, but still as the whole, as that group consciousness there, because that's energy too. That's the energy behind something like that. Whereas if you're surrounded by that energy, but it's really hard to deal with that. I mean, we have to actually be aware of that to start dealing with these things, which everyone sort of, especially everyone here in this group, are doing that. That's what you do all the time. So you understand exactly what I'm saying when I'm saying that too, because you've actually physically and looked at those, observed those emotions attached to all of that, to have that detachment. So when you can do that in the language as well, that's more solidifying that in the physical. Does that make sense? Yeah.
That, which is sort of partly why I'm trying to refer to my ego as it. You know, when it's done it again.
Well, you already do it to that. My ego is a wonderful way of saying it, because who's me?
But detaching from it, it's not my true self. It's just
an expression.
It's a character. It's many characters. Many expressions of different versions of the person that I think.
It is a limit. It is a limit of you anyway. I mean, you have to understand that to be in this realm, we are experiencing limitations, and you really cannot be pissed off with that or anything. Like, you have to embrace that, really, and that's the change.
Part of the design. If we weren't limited, we'd destroy ourselves and each other. So we have to be limited at the moment.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
that's
have
part
to
of
forcing us to take a
human
break, right? It's sort of
as
like
well.
what Kevin was talking about with what's happened to you, what you've been through. You know, there's I think, and I've heard other people say this who somebody was talking about Alex with that when you've been given something that's really restricted, maybe your movement, let's say, as far, I don't even want to say the words, but what they call it, but that people have actually seen it, that it's sort of this concept that this lifetime, it's because they have to go deeper in a sense. They're more or less to face certain things that maybe they didn't in past lives. Maybe it's more complicated than that. I don't fully understand it, but I like that.
Look at the cycles we go through. Look at the cycles people go through, and you see someone going through a cycle, and they always get that same person in the same relationship, and it always blows up, and you hear all about it, and then they do it again, and you're like, that's the same.
Yeah.
So can we not see that this could potentially happen on a larger scale over lifetimes and stuff as well?
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Recognize that in my own. So and I've broken that cycle, man. That's the beauty, is I've broken that cycle. And
when you become aware of it, and you go, holy shit, what have I been doing to myself? And I always get the same results. That's madness.
When I started to fall into another kind of, it would have ended up being another cycle. I pulled myself out of it. I saw it and I said,
you can see it.
No, fuck that, and I pulled myself out of it. So,
and that's experience.
But the weird thing is like, no matter how many times you make a mistake, it wasn't like going down like a road you knew you didn't need to, but you kept going and you kept stubbing your toe.
Yeah.
In the large picture, you agreed to do that.
Yeah.
The whole
you had to.
My whole ideology of free will is blown. because of the events that I went through when I had that death experience. And when that happened, I knew in the midst of the high point of it that everybody that was there witnessing it had agreed from beyond this lifetime to be there right then at that time. It goes through that exactly like that. And there's no way I would have been there being an instrument of that experience had I not done everything in my life exactly as I had done it. All the mistakes I made led me exactly to that place where I agreed to be. So
And
that shows this hyper consciousness, like supercomputer nature that we have, that we can like skip stones across a sea in a hurricane and land it on the back of a turtle.
That's a good way.
Still water on the other side.
An impossibility happening all the time.
No,
It's
I
amazing how it
completely
all
agree about
fits
that.
in.
Like people, when people say, you know, oh, could you go if you could go back in your life and change anything? Was there anything you change? And I obviously I've got my own personal story where there's something that's happened that's ended up in somebody losing their life, and so you know there's always that like it could if I could go back and make it so that person hadn't died. But the thing is,
they agreed to it too.
I wouldn't be here now. I wouldn't be who I am now if I didn't, you know, if these things hadn't happened. It's all
that's different timeline,
right? And
we're on this timeline.
I had that in my life. A really good friend of mine had committed suicide, and I was really close to him, and I felt responsible, and I had altered the pattern of my life according to my heart, which also led me to that place, which wouldn't have occurred in that way had that not have happened.
That's the thing. Like I actually was responsible. Like I fell asleep at the wheel and you know, and it was somebody close to me as well, my girlfriend and everything. But yeah, I mean, it's people see it as an easy way out to just say, oh yeah, well no, this was fate, man. This was fate. Everything was we were fated
This
to
is
be.
why. This is why you had premonitions of it, Richie, too.
Well, you're the first person that sort of suggested that to me. I hadn't thought of it like that, and I'm uncomfortable thinking about it like that because
you're holding on to the guilt.
Because I'd resolved the way I'd perceived it, that I'd manifested it, that I'd end up manifesting it, but
then you hold on to a guilt with that.
Yeah,
and that's why it's hard for you to see it. But the minute you told that and you explained it, that I couldn't shut up about it, and that's what's happened since I've met you. It's like I keep getting that, like, say it, and that's how I felt the minute you told it. But that's you've had other premonitions too, and you've known it. I mean, we've talked about these other stories. That's what I mean. So you've been that's I'm sorry, that's what it was in my mind. I can't not say that.
The thing is as well, I don't know if I'd mentioned it, but like it was really weird. It was something that when I was at school, right, I was a little bit fucked in the head, I don't know. But when I was at school, there was this girl, we went out together for about, I don't know, it was probably like 3 weeks or something, but it felt like 6 months or something. And we split up, and then I held a torch for her for 7 years. Afterwards, right? I didn't get in relationships, didn't get with any. I just held a torch for her to sit there in my room at night and imagine these scenarios where I lost her, and I'd sit there, and you know, it was really real. But I put it, you know, it was like I thought I was imagining it, going through this. Losing somebody that I thought I was in love with. Never quite understood why Gorilla Glue. Yeah, that's heavy shit. Is that
Yeah, I've had that.
Is that proper Cali strain Gorilla Glue?
No, well, I'm in Michigan, and I get this from my medical dispensary. And on Tuesday, I can get an ounce for $40. They have special on Tuesdays. It's normally $50 for an ounce.
In Oregon, recreationally,
No,
you can get a half ounce for $40.
Yeah.
It's
So
good. Do
Gorilla
we get
Glue. Gorilla
Now
Glue.
it's all legal in us, here. I think
Gorilla
it's
Glue's for sale in the weed calf for it can be between 10 and 14 euros a gram. So 28 grams at 14 euros a gram. That's what you pay for it here.
This is cheaper than I've ever bought it from a dispensary in my life.
Oh.
It's a true medical. They don't even have commercial. It's only medical.
What you bought the other day, Sarah, that was like that was half an ounce for like 30 fucking
40, yeah.
40 bucks.
But I've had it cheaper. I've gotten a full ounce for 40 when it first was legal, because there was so much. They were trying to get things situated, you know. I should
Are
say
you in
my
Eugene?
ex got that. No, I'm north of there.
Okay.
I'm trying
I
not to
used to-
say exactly where because it's a small
Yeah,
town.
yeah.
kind of thing.
I used to stay in Springfield, in Eugene and Springfield.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Back
yeah.
right before COVID happened.
Right,
That's
Mr.
funny
Burns.
because I told you I'm from Wisconsin too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
trade places with people a lot that I meet. They're where I was and I'm where they were.
Yeah. I actually, and what's funny is I might end up in Eugene, and I'm actually going there to meet a Reiki. This is my goal. Is meet the Reiki practitioner and cert.
I worked in a place called St. Eugene's.
What?
I worked in a place called St. Eugene's. That
Oh.
was one of my gigs here.
There you go. All right, Callum, where's your Eugene connection?
Eugene.
Yeah, where's that
I
name
think
come
I
into
know.
play? Did you know
Have
a
you been to
Eugene?
the States, Callum?
I did know a Eugene. He was a dancer.
Oh.
Not a very good one, but yeah. What was that, Kevin?
I said, have you been to the States?
No, I haven't left this island.
Okay, good for you.
Yep. For some reason, I've never really had that urge to travel outside of here anyway.
It's a disease.
I was always traveling around Australia a lot, but I think I've done a lot of traveling in previous lives and stuff. It's just something I don't have. And like, I'm cool here.
Yeah.
It's like, and I can step into a photo and stuff as well. Just grabbing a photo and then being there. Oh, which is fucking an amazing story, actually, when I realized I could do that, which was when I was waking up, when I was looking at the moon landings and all of this, right? So I was looking at these photos from the moon landing, and I was still, so I went from this, we went to the moon. Wait a second. Did we go to the moon? It could have been filmed. So we went there and it was filmed. There was, and then I went, oh wait, no, this can't happen at all. But I was watching the photos and I was looking through this stuff and I was falling asleep, and I fell asleep in front of the computer with a shot of, it was one of the shots from one of the moon landings on the moon there, or whatever. And as I woke up, I just went straight back into kind of that mindset of looking at it. But somehow I was seeing this picture differently. I was in a completely different state, and I was actually there. And I was looking around the photo, like outside of the photo, and going, holy shit, this is a set.
Yeah.
And then, because I was still in that state.
I've gotten that from a dream. And especially when I do the flying dreams, I get that feeling a lot. Like it yeah.
Yeah, you astral travel
with miniature,
so many times and so many occasions, all the time. It's like a lot of the stuff we think is our imagination.
Is it astral traveling, or is it remote viewing?
Imagine yourself here.
Is it astral traveling or is it remote?
Most
viewing?
of it's remote viewing. Yeah. Most of it's you're not leaving your body.
I think we can
it's a
all
bilocation.
view. I think all of us can remote view. It's something that happens naturally, but it's something that we just completely ignore when we do it because we don't believe it. We're not aware of it. You know, it's not your imagination. I mean, it could be, it can be, but when it just happens, it's not.
When you know, you know.
Yeah. My experience with 9/11 was in 1987. I was having a mushroom trip, and in the midst of the mushroom trip, I had a closed eye vision, like with my eyes closed. I saw myself, like I saw a television screen, and I saw one building fall down and another building fall down. And then I knew in my gut it was going to happen in the future. And then the next moment I knew there was like bio weapons attached. And I was like, at the time I knew a psychic who lived at Camp Chesterfield. So that was like a couple hours away. So I drove down there. I was pretty shaken up because I was like, what the hell do I do? You know, I got to do something, right? But I didn't recognize it as a Twin Towers. I just saw two tall buildings, right? Yeah. And interestingly, I had already been there to those towers before I had the vision, and I didn't place it. And then years later, I talked to my friend. He was like, you know, we smoked a joint. As I roll a joint, he's like, you know, who are you going to tell? What are they going to say? You know, he walked me through it. Some, you know, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, they're probably going to sedate me, you know? So I calmed down and I just had peace with it. And then years later, I'm getting ready to go over to Amsterdam. And at the time I'm married, and my wife is like, she's a little concerned that for me to go there, she doesn't feel good about me going there. And I'm getting ready to go there to learn about Iboga Tabernacle, which is like for detoxing people who are on hard drugs. And, you know, I'm thinking I'll learn how to do this and I'll come back and I'll help people with it. So she's like worried. I'm like, he'll be okay. I'm like, okay, I'll do tarot cards because I lay tarot cards, but I don't do them a lot. But I'm like, this is important. I'll lay the tarot cards. So I got the towers in the reading, right? But the way that the reading read to me was that my dreams were going to become reality. And I was stuck in the now, thinking about my idea about Iboga. I was going to go over there and learn, and it was going to work out. So I go over there, you know, a couple of weeks later, I'm at my friend Soma's house. We never had watched the TV since I had been there. And we had this morning routine of I make coffee, he rolls a spliff. I come down, we sit down and listen to like some psychedelic, you know, music. And that day we're sitting there smoking, and he picks up the remote control and he flips on the TV and flips through a couple stations, and it's 9/11.
Boom.
And I watch it, and as I'm watching it, it's like I'm watching myself watch it in my vision.
With deja vu. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
And when they fell,
Tense.
like I seriously like almost vomited because that right away I thought that there was bioweapons in those planes. But you know, they didn't announce till the next day about the anthrax. But like,
boom,
you know,
boom.
so that was you would call
enough
that,
detail to confirm it all for you as well, too, so you can connect that to.
Right,
well,
exactly.
Didn't imagine that, did I?
That's new for me about anthrax. I don't remember hearing anything about anthrax.
Oh, I heard about it in.
It's normally forgotten that part of it.
I remember
There's a lot of parts.
thermonuclear. I remember thermonuclear explosion that vaporized the you know the inside of the tower. But yeah, I don't remember anything. Like
So
that.
this is the only time that I know of that.
I just found the tower. I found the tower card. Yeah.
So, but anyhow, concerning the anthrax, that's the only time they told the public about the Rife beam. Do you know what the Rife beam is? No. So they have never talked about that publicly, except at that time because there was the big scare of male anthrax in the mail. So they showed like this computer generated thing of this light that they had, which emitted a beam that could go inside the mail and kill the anthrax. That was the Rife beam that they just showed people they had that at that time. They didn't tell them what it was. They just said they had a light. They could go right through boxes. It could go right. In fact, it'd go through the entire postal facility. You know,
Yeah.
like anthrax really isn't a scare because they have those things. You can better count that any mailroom in any secured facility has a box that they put everything into that cleans all the bio stuff off of it. So it's all just smoke and mirrors mostly.
Fear is all part of the fear conditioning to keep people in the state
narratives
of flight.
way more.
Keep everybody.
And the more we can add to it, like you're only going to attach to a few of them. You're not going to know all of them. So, you know, if you can attach to a whole bunch of fears, great.
Right.
And then we just keep adding more. I mean, that's the recipe that's
Right.
being made
That's
here.
that's the machine which it churns out. It's like churning out opportunities, which are opportunities to be afraid.
This is what should be really, really obvious to people now, right? In the last 2.5 years, look at how it's gone. Like how have we gone from literally from panic to panic to panic, right? The first the lockdowns, first 2 years, whatever, then the Ukraine. Now it's MP and whatever, you know, whatever. There's another.
Be right back.
We're going back to they are getting us ready to go back to the previous health. It's going to be a health thing again. The climate thing, they've got that on the back burner. Keep that on the back burner as well. Climate. So it's really, really like, no,
they will ramp up
the
the
end
health.
of the world is coming in one way or another. It's going to be the end of the world, either the climate or the viruses or the bloody, you know.
If you fall for any of this crap, then it is the end of the world, literally.
Yeah,
for a lot of people,
for these people,
their world, you know.
But that's the thing as well. It is the end of the world, and we should be celebrating it because it's the end of that fake, false reality.
Always
Their
comes
world,
a beginning after an end.
Yeah, and exactly. Kali, the whole point of Kali and who does Kali work with? The other one. They work together. Kali destroys, and then it's not Brahma, is it? Is it Brahma?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Destroyer.
Kali, no, Kali. Well, Kali's the destroyer, but only so that Brahma can create. So
Yeah,
Brahma
there's
can build.
two sides of one thing. Yeah.
Yeah, might not be Brahma, but and that again, that's yin and yang, and you know.
It's where Janus, you're seeing both sides at once, two faces, and then it stems from there. So then those two are on either sides of Janus. So they're the lesser gods or whatever.
I'm after the last video about Janus. After that last video, I'm really, I just see it as a representation of us, of us as spiritual, physical beings. We've got
our position, our balance. That's where we're supposed to be. It's the middle. It's the middle. It's that middle path of you're seeing everything. That's exactly where you need to be at all times. That's the place to be. You know, I was like, everything apart from that is you're not seeing things. You know, because that's the point where you see everything, or you have no limitations, and so you're at this point of the only limitations you're seeing are the actual limitations that we are here to experience. because we don't know unlimited until we limit, that whole thing. It has to be experienced over and over and over and over and over again.
Listen, guys, it's 4 hours and 54 minutes and 45 seconds. 4, 5, 4, 4, 5. Yeah,
beautiful sunrise.
We could keep talking about this stuff forever, but it's 20 past 10 here, and I'm flagging. I'm ready to.
I think this was a really good talk. I think this is a good place to end it and pick it up again, like always.
Yeah, we went in a few different directions.
Oh, crikey!
My favorite.
Beer Appreciation Society for a small time, but I won't lie. Actually, that beer looked really nice. I was looking at it and thinking, yeah, do you know what? I used to love that. I used to love that Belgian beer and German beer and stuff.
Usually now, like I don't even buy alcohol and stuff as well. It's like because I don't even think about it, but it's usually when someone else has some sort of celebration or something as well, and it's like,
That's exactly where my mind is. Like if we all got together, and again, like for me, because I like a little bit of whiskey or scotch, like have a little bit of that and just a sip on and a beer, and that's all I want, and just that nice, calm, cool, and ease it out with a little spliff or some herbs mixed in.
The only reason I would buy alcohol would be for entertainment, like if I was going to have friends over, and then because I'm not going to I'm not going to impose my own restrictions on other people.
Yeah.
No. But anyway,
not at all.
Guys, thank you very much.
Sunday Super Chill. Yes.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks,
Appreciate you jumping on. And let's have you on again. Sorry, I was just going to say, let's have you on again, Kevin, so we can talk a little more. I know you've talked about you have a ton of stories. We have lots to talk about. So,
I'm looking forward to interacting more in the trio. So, I've sent you an invite for that. You should have that in Signal.
Yeah, I got it.
Don't be shy. Come in and say hi, man.
You actually got a bunch of hellos before you jumped in there, so you probably didn't see them. But just
I'll go back and
you'll be able to scroll back. You'll be able to scroll back. And
they're very welcoming.
Cool.
It's a great place to be. Yeah.
Callum, thank you very much, buddy. Always a pleasure, man.
My pleasure.
Well, I don't know when we're going to be back.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
I don't know when we're going to be back. It might be sometime in the week. I might come back live sometime during the week on my own, or I don't know. But there will definitely be another Wide Awake show live next weekend. At least one of the 2 days, possibly both. Maybe we'll do the same thing again next weekend. I don't know.
I'll be straight back from the heavy metal festival.
Nice.
I might be at the beach, so maybe I'll do it live from the Oregon coast.
Hey, listen, if you want to take a weekend off, Sarah,
that will happen because I will be taking like off-grid time. I want to do that for a week, but I need to plan that a little bit still. So instead, I might just take a much-needed quick little trip to the beach. So I'll keep you posted.
Well, I mean, next week we could just do either a Saturday or a Sunday, and just do it on the day that you're not at the beach, right?
Yeah.
Cool. But
I want to see the beach. Come on, I'm in the middle of
I will make it happen. Because it's not very far from here, and I go all the time. It's just summer gets expensive, so I've been kind of like, when you sneak in, and then the fall you can get these places for really cheap, and it's just gorgeous weather. It's I'll show you pictures. You've probably seen most of them, but you've got
a nice SLR camera, haven't you? So you can get some good shots. To the chat room, thank you very much, guys. Those of you that are still here, 13 people left. Brian Evans, Squirrel Sniper, Tyler, Indigo, Pushkin, if you're still here, and Shari. Thank you
Hey
very much.
guys, thanks for being here.
Em as well, if you're
M's
still
in
here.
there.
Em. Love you, Em. We'll have you on again soon, Em, as well. Maybe me and you could do a live week or something. You know, we could have a chit chat during the week sometime. But anyway, Lee, there you are. Buddy. And Red Eye.
Hey, Leafy.
Yeah, give us a shout out on the chat room
Red Eye.
before we go, and then we know he's still engaged. We're gonna play out. Oh, actually, yeah, Sarah, did you accidentally delete one of the videos?
I moved it. I probably moved it to the top. You see it now? Because I was like priority.
Yes. Oh, look at that. What can you drag it? Oh, look at that. You can fucking drag them. No way.
Wow.
I didn't know you could do that, man.
The big producer.
I'm gonna drag that 30-second one down to the bottom because we never
Teach him, Sarah. He's a good learner.
No, listen, I was the one teaching her, man. This is good.
He's taught me stuff. Kevin, I'm ready. Callum's teaching me stuff. Look, guys.
Yeah,
I'll teach you Photoshop. You guys want to know Photoshop? It's easy shit.
So yeah. Anyway, listen, guys. Thank you very much.
Hey, I also started 3D printing stuff. So if anybody needs something,
nice.
Well, yeah, he can 3D. He can 3D print another printer.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on that.
Can you 3D print a car?
Yeah, man, we should totally talk about
on a
that.
small scale. I can print a small car.
What about an AR-15?
Nah, it'd be a small AR-15.
Yeah, a little replica.
Like for a keychain, I can make them for keychains.
3D printers are really cheap now, man. You can get really good quality ones for like less than $500. So.
Yeah, I have like
it's cool.
Yeah.
Well, so maybe you can even show it to us next time. We can.
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Plug my website.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Yes, definitely. All right, guys. Thank you very much. We'll see you again very soon.
Peace.
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed.